All right. Hello and welcome to Tales of Winternock, the Tale of Cybil's Spear, Book 4, Chapter 17, our primary actual play D&D 5e campaign. I'm Silver, and I'll be your storyteller this evening. With me are our players, Dustin, Conrad, AJ. They'll be our top half of session players, and then we will have a slight switch at midpoint as we go to the second half players, as we jump different storylines here, as we've been doing here over the past 2 months almost now, going back to Halloween, I think. Last stream of 2025. So, in celebration of it being our memorialization of it being our last stream of 2025, whichever way you want to approach it. We'll have the usual giveaway. We'll still be going. I'll explain that in a moment. But also, we'll be doing some additional giveaways. So definitely chime in for that. So anybody that is out there outside of the party that wants to enter the giveaways, I will. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'm not 100% sure how I want to run this. Maybe I should have thought about that before tonight. But initially, anybody who subs as a new sub tonight, you will receive a prize. That prize being a little bit more significant than our usual, although not as cool as our sticker sheet we give away for our regular giveaway. But if you like to play PC video games, I have a few Steam keys to give away. So if you do a new sub, I will send you a Steam key. And we'll see. I may do it for gift subs, but that can easily get out of control. So we'll stick with just subs for right now. We'll see how the night goes. Okay. With that out of the way, for those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you've missed a session, I'd like to encourage you to check out previous sessions on our YouTube channel. Also like to direct you to our Discord server and our Instagram to join our community and interact with us. Links to all of those can be found somewhere down below on the Twitch thingy. Before we get going, we want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice, Sirenscape for amazing ambiance, sound effects, and music, Discord for our voice and video, and Wizards of the Coast for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, the game we play. Tales of Winternock is not sponsored by, nor are we an official representative of any of these companies, and the views and statements made during our game do not in any way represent those of the companies. Blah. We'll be continuing our current giveaway, as noted before. For our giveaway, we give away our lovely set of character art stickers, along with the Cybil Spear logo down there in the bottom, all designed by the amazingly talented AJ. That guy up there or up there. I don't know which direction it points.
Real person.
That guy. Who's insanely tall by everybody's standards, apparently. For that giveaway, we are looking to hit 120 followers, which is exactly one follower over the note we're at right now. Seriously, one follower. One. If we reach that point during the stream, we're going to give away a set of those stickers. So, all you got to do to enter the giveaway is redeem 100 channel points, activate the enter giveaway option, and then join our Discord. Joining the Discord is just so we have some way to get your address to send you the stickers. Free of charge, no cost. It is 100% free prize. All we have to do is get that one extra follower, and it's donezo. We go and send that out. And you know what? If we had 125 followers, we'll do this all over again. But for that one, we'll give away a set of dice. So get us to 120, get some stickers, and get us to 125 and get some dice, and sub and get a Steam key. I mean, everything must go. I feel like a used car salesman over here. We're going to be giving things away left and right. That needs to be an NPC. I need to come up with a used car salesman NPC. Used magic item NPC. We'll go with that. With all of that out of the way, we need to do a recap of where we were in Torslin last time. And I believe Conrad's been stuck doing it the last couple times, so I think you two have to duke it out over there, Seffi and Harsgold. Who wants to do the recap, and who wants to be the sidekick and helps with the recap?
I don't mind doing the recap.
Okay. You're more talented at it than I am.
I just have notes. That's all it is.
I bumble through. I have notes actually this time, but I just bumble through it too much.
As both Harsgold and Silenus were going ahead and making their way across Torsland, they had come up besides the Rovderdalen, which is a big river that runs across Torsland. Ended up finding an individual who was stuck in the water, stuck in the stream, stuck in the rapids.
Slight correction. Rovderdalen is the valley to the south of the mountains.
Okay.
This is the Urnelv River Valley.
Urnelv, okay. See?
Yes.
Just for you.
And we hit our follower goal, by the way. So
yes! Cool. All right, done stumbling. That was for you, Dustin. So, the Urnelv River went ahead and found an individual stuck inside of the water, went ahead and helped them out. They had a spell book in their hands, trying to go ahead and keep it safe. The individual was a short in stature satyr, a little bit more aged than Silenus himself, and introduced herself to the group as Seffi. She was investigating the ley lines of the area, making sure that all of the magic was in tip-top shape after Torsland had come out of this odd eternal winter. Silenus went ahead and started looking for gemstones previously, as Harsgold had gone to go ahead and mention that there was only one that they had on themselves, and unfortunately Silenus needed two. But with the accompaniment of Sweet Drop, which was Harsgold's Snow Rim, the three went ahead and made their way to the forest south of Snodeskull. There was the Delta of the Urnelv. Silenus and Harsgold had talked about Silenus not traveling alone for around 2 years, told the story of meeting Kiesel, and also mentioned an altar in the forest. Seffi had asked about Elijah of the Isbjorns and Bjorn's Flute, as Silenus had gone ahead and mentioned that he had been out that way previously with his group. Silenus also decided to go ahead and cast his hut out in the cold. It was 73 inside the hut while it was 40 outside, so really, really nice temperature jump. Silenus had mentioned wanting to trade spellbooks, as Seffi said that it was also her diary, so she needed to keep it to herself. He mentioned that he never pry into somebody's personal effects or somebody's business, and we all had a good laugh. Harsgold asked about the end of the winter, how Silenus took out his journal of notes and told the story of Viben Sanglut and the Frostanet. In the Juristic Fell Mountains, a group of people had imprisoned the Frostanet. A group of adventurers braved the icy peaks and fought the group. The light of goodness in their heart. It was truth, and 2 of them had died over the adventure. Seffi asked about the other heads of the Isbjorn clan outside of Elijah, and Silenus mentioned that they might be dead. But in order to go ahead and cut the mood, there was a small little snack, Ophiuchus, which is Seffi's familiar, which helped to go ahead and cut the mood a little bit, as we learned more about Harsgold. Originally from Teluria, he had a daughter back home and was living life as a single dad. There was mention of the Reaper pirates, should we try to make our way out towards the watery edges of the continent, and that Morrow might be the safest place in all of Witternocht. Silenus wanted to check out the altar of Viben Sanglut in the forest again, and as we went ahead and planned out what we would do for rations, Harsgold was able to find a monumental 18 pounds of fish to go ahead and ration ourselves. In the interest of familiars meeting familiars, Silenus summoned Galfranc and had his cat keep watch as we all rested. Silenus had a vision of his mother calling to him. It was very, very interesting, almost slightly ominous, but then Seffi went ahead and woke him up because she heard a noise and definitely needed Silenus to go ahead and help investigate, since Harsgold looked a little bit too comfortable asleep, and Silenus could probably do it since he was such a capable adventurer. We talked about our favorite spells, and upon the 34th day of the month, Harsgold taught Sephi a little bit of yoga before we went ahead and headed out, seeing a large marsh before us, which we haven't encountered before. With
Ever.
perfectly fine, perfectly safe marsh. Doesn't have a murder house.
No trauma.
All right. Bear with me. I'm updating the giveaway list. Going through the notes to update the giveaway list to make sure that I have all the right entries in here.
Well, in the meantime, it's okay because we can talk about whenever Harsgold was teaching Sephi yoga, Harsgold admitted that his favorite pose was child pose. So, as a RP question of the week, Conrad, what is Silenus' favorite yoga pose?
His favorite yoga pose?
I thought you would say sun salutations really fast, but.
Oh no, that's so good. But no, it definitely isn't then. I don't know, probably like a good warrior too.
Hmm.
Um, for you, Dustin, even though that you have answered the question as Harsgold, the question is, do you attempt to have Sweet Drop participate in yoga with you in the morning?
I don't know if Harsgold's ever thought about that as a concept. To engage his animals in yoga alongside him, besides like the I don't know, friends and family, like humanoids.
Giant goat yoga.
I mean, it would probably help prolong their lifespan and make it more enjoyable. I guess the only question is like how do you uh engage the animal and train it to understand what you are getting at? Like what's the purpose of this movement? Hmm.
Hmm.
All right. I think I got it updated.
Okay.
So, if no last minute, we didn't have any entries tonight. That means if my numbers are correct, I have 15 entries since the last giveaway. So we'll roll the dice and see what's name comes out. So here's hoping it's somebody new, just because it makes things fun that way.
Yeah.
It's Jessie lost her pen,
I hope she
Woo!
found it.
which is impressive. She only had a 1 in 15 chance, and she pulled it off.
Nice. See, if you haven't joined our Discord, make sure you do so.
And I think it's Jessie with a Y instead of an IE. I might be wrong, but I think that's right. Maybe one of our elves in the chat can go figure that out. Check our follower list. But congratulations to Jessie Lost Her Pen for winning the lovely sticker sheet. Well, hopefully we'll contact you here through Twitch to direct you to go join up on the Discord if you aren't already over there, so we can get your information and get those sent out to you. So lovely Christmas present, and hopefully not the last on the night. So with that, and with the lovely recap completed, I suppose that means we are ready to roll here.
Pretty to Heart's Gold.
Have my computer start to lift off. Okay. Yes, as AJ so nicely led us to looking out in front of you as you sit atop your two snow rams, the two satyrs on one and Harsgold on the other. You look out across an marshy mess of a plain. Whereas the last time, Silenus, that you crossed this area, it was half frozen strands of grass. It is now pretty well melted and looks like a deep, long, wide morass of tall grasses and dark pools of water stretching out before you, reminding you of your prior encounter here and the near loss of Alfred, Jofredir, and 4 snow rams, I believe, all ended up in the water in that situation.
Yeah.
You are faced with a decision. Brave your way across with your 2 new companions, or double back and look for a crossing to get across the Yurnelv and keep to the west bank.
Question. Has Harsgold come through here once before? Does he have history?
Well, let's roll a dice.
Ooh.
Sephi did the same thing.
He's been coming through Torsland before.
Yeah, I'd say there's a chance. So I think just we'll give it a dice roll and give some randomness to it.
Ooh.
Okay. History. I have to be careful.
Actually, I was just looking for it's not a skill
It's not.
roll. Just roll a d20.
Oh, okay. Oh, a 14 then for me.
Sephi never stepped foot in the Umfermere. Harsgold, so with a 14, passed by it. Didn't go into it because your guide that you had steered you clear of it.
Just look at Silenus. We sure we want to travel through here? It was recommended to me once before that we shouldn't be crossing through such treacherous terrain.
Oh no, we should definitely not be crossing through here. What? No, under no circumstances. No. Unless you want a very gruesome end. No, we absolutely just need to go around.
Do you know a path? Have you been here through before?
Do not know a path around. Know a path. We went through there last time, and I'd rather not to do it again. So let's. Sounds like you've been through here on the other side of the river. So why don't you take lead on that?
I'll try. I guess I'll roll a survival for you.
Yeah.
Word.
Take a bardic inspiration.
Is it a D10? Oh, it's a D6.
D6.
Okay. Word.
He's only a level 1 bard.
Hey, that's still something. A D6 is a D6. I'll take it. And then the D.
Oh well, damn.
Oh,
Didn't even need
oh.
help.
I mean, I feel like I said I was gonna use it anyway, so I'm gonna honor that I was gonna use it.
I'm just gonna casual 29.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
26, why not?
Yeah, casual 26.
I really thought I would need it since I have no proficiency in survival, despite being a long-time traveler.
With 26, you have to backtrack about a mile, but you had noticed not too far back that there was a good crossing point. Despite the roaring river that you were dealing with further downstream, you're now getting much closer to the headwaters. So it's thinner and thinner the further you go, and a little bit easier to get across. There was some good crossing points, just a little bit out of the way. Not too terrible. Able to pass without issue and get back on track, traveling on the west side of the river. As you follow the western bank of the Urnelv, and find that it is, while devoid of the dangers of the Jomfrumir, it is definitely far from pleasant. The snow rams slog through mud that clings like wet clay, heavy sucking steps as their hooves getting stuck in the mud makes travel slow. You do your best to try and pick your way through the path, find a path that's as dry as possible, but with this quick melting that is going on, it is really hard to get to that point. It's really hard to find that speedier route, cleaner route. To make things worse, a light rain starts to set in. Quickens the snow melt from a perspective of wanting to see the snow gone. You quickly start to see that go away, but what comes with it is muddier paths, more little bit of landslides coming off of the hills. Trying to get up on a hillside becomes that much more difficult. But persevere. Maintain your trail, maintain your path without anybody losing their footing, any sort of danger or harm coming to you. Just a nasty, muddy road. As evening starts to approach, take the snow rams up a little bit into the hills as you spy a little bit of a cliffside that looks accessible. It's got a steady enough slope that you think you can get the snow rams up it, and a decent place to set up your hut for the night. And as the last lights of day start to fade away, Silenus, looking out over the Urnelv River Valley, off in the distance, at the ends of your visibility, you see just the subtle shadow of a few buildings near the head of the river that you quickly identify as Faisal's Holstead, the haunted trading post that attempted to claim also Alfred and Jofredir. Was not a good day for Alfred and Jofredir. But thankfully, far away, a good mile off in the distance, just a vague shadow, and quickly out of sight as the sun dips away. I'm leaving you guys to set up a camp for the night and get some rest, conversation, and eventually back on the road, continuing your way as you head to up further into the hills into Daxkar's Palm. have any conversations or anything in particular they wish to do as you rest for the evening?
As they set up camp, Silenus is once again going to sit down and once you find a good place, going to cast the tiny hut again.
Mm-hmm.
So give a nice, not dry. Actually, it is a dome. So would the bottom surface of it provide a dry place for us to lay down as well?
I seem to recall that it had a floor, but
it does have a floor, yeah.
Then yeah, you'd have a dry floor.
Nice. So
excellent.
At least keep us from getting muddy.
It is definitely a welcome respite from all the mud and terrain of today. I'm glad that we've made it through all safe and sound. We are nearly to your destination, correct?
Well, we are making better progress than we did last time. Suffering less. Well, it's easier to dodge the dangers when you've been through here once before, I suppose.
Knowledge is power.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Would you be willing to tell those stories? I find it nice to sit around a campfire.
Well, do you want to hear about the marsh, or did you want to hear about the trading post we passed back there?
Why not do it all? I think we have time.
Well, you seemed very emotional about the marsh.
Well, yes.
The trading post has something more to offer.
Oh, well, when we were traveling through, there is some sort of ghost or siren, sort of beings that live at the bottom of the marsh, and as we passed by, had the couple of the people I was traveling with fall in and get dragged to the bottom by visions of their loved ones, their deepest desires. It was not a good time. I ended up a very funny story. Having to rescue one of the snow rams, and perform some magic on it to prevent it from dying.
Well, I'm glad that you were able to save your companion. That is very noble of you.
Oh, well, he thinks back to him sitting on his snow ram doing almost nothing to be able to help during that situation. Yes, it was a close call. The trading post up there also seems to be some sort of haunted. Unfortunately, the same companions were a bit danger prone, I will admit. Wandered in, and well, if you stay too long in the building, it starts to drain your life force and aether, and so had to rescue them from that as well. Although I think we were able to purify whatever was going on before we left, but I'm not sure.
Oh, so then we can go ahead and go over there if you were able to purify it, I guess?
Well, I suppose I think we passed. DM, correct me. Did we pass it already?
No.
I think we overlooked it.
It's up a little bit to the southeast of where you're at right now. So you'll pass it in the morning. Like, if you go down that way, with where you're at, it makes most sense to just keep going up the hill and avoid it all entirely.
Well, it's a bit of a detour, but suppose if we could make a pass by there in the morning.
Oh no, I wouldn't want to make a detour. You have it planned out that we're gonna go out into the woods, so I suppose we can go ahead
Well-
and go that path.
Well, I mean, you can still make it to the woods. But yeah, Tiffy, I'm still very interested in the ley lines. Would you tell me a little bit more about that?
Sure, absolutely. She'll go ahead and kind of like sit down crisscross, and she'll go ahead and like have her book. Oviucus will go ahead and kind of like spiral out of her sleeve again. She'll go, well, I suppose that it's innate magics all around us. And though most people refer to it as the aether, sometimes the ground holds it in, so it can be just harsh geometrical lines, and Ophiuchus will like straighten up, and she'll go ahead and hold his body up as he's just like a straight line. And she'll go, and sometimes they're a little bit more curved, and he kind of relaxes a bit, and he becomes like this almost spirally shape. And then sometimes they might make shapes that we think that we understand. But really, it's just our mind trying to create some sort of pattern out of them. And Ophiuchus will just turn into the most rancid amalgamation of like patterns and turns possible. Which looks just like a horrible highway plan. But she'll go ahead and set him back down as he goes ahead and starts to slither about on top of the book and say, I don't know your experience with ley lines outside of Torsland. You did say that you're not exactly from here, so I wonder what it looks like out there.
Yes, I don't have much experience with that either, but
So you
what? Go ahead.
go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, sorry. What do the ley lines look like here?
Oh, I guess the best way to describe them is like the mountains off in the distance. And she'll go ahead and point just at the endless, like, snow ahead of us.
We had the same question anyway.
Slightly more
When you-
jagged with their patterning, but honestly, sometimes that's a little bit more helpful for the beginnings of any sort of magical coursing. Over time, it starts to bend and curve, find more efficient methods, much like a river.
So are you only able to see these ley lines in the terrain, or are you able to see them like I can sort of move energy when I hit something? Can you see energy in me?
Oh, not particularly. I don't have any sort of superior vision, though you do seem quite capable from what I've been able to see.
Every morning I do yoga, I tell you, it's the key, the foundation. But it's very interesting what you see and what you don't see.
Well, even though I'm comparing it here to the mountains and the rivers, I guess the best thing would be the auroras above us. Their patterns, the complexity of them, the way that they intertwine, it's almost like looking at a... oh, goodness. It's almost like looking at a giant spider web. Everything coalesces and turns in and out of itself. You can't tell where one thread begins or ends. That's what you're talking about here. Picking out one is nice, but where they overlap, the confluences, I mean, for time immemorial, I've heard that people like to build civilizations on them, or temples, important buildings. But at the same time, some just fade and become forgotten forests or beautiful lakes. Most of the ones in Torsland are frozen, albeit. She'll kind of look down.
Well, why is that?
Why? Why are the lakes frozen? Well, when it gets really cold outside, Silenus.
Well, Safi, I thought you meant the ley lines were frozen.
Oh no! I mean, they're thawing for the most part. It's a slow going process, I suppose, but that's why I'm out here and checking to make sure that all of the magic is flowing like it's supposed to. Otherwise, there will be all sorts of issues. I mean, there's these wolves that hunt magic, and if they go ahead and get their fangs onto you, it's much like removing any sort of ley lines you might have within yourself. And she'll look over at Harsgold.
So, what do you do if you see that the ley lines are not working? What do you do to fix them?
Well, sometimes you have to make sure that the nature around is doing okay. Much like the way that roots can be stifled for a tree and not be able to gather nutrients, fighting with one another for something that they should symbiotically be for, you might have to prune back a little bit. But it's all for the sake of making sure that the magic stays smooth, and so that the aether can continue moving in the way that it needs to.
So with this unnatural winter, was it stifling a lot of, well, I imagine nature wasn't growing like it was supposed to. Is that sort of a lot of what has been troubling the ley lines?
Agreed, yes. That and just the dense snowfall, honestly, just covering up so much. I have dwindling sight, if I must admit. So, therefore, pounds of snow aren't exactly the most helpful for someone like myself. She'll blink
Sure.
a few times.
Do you have have you mapped them out? Do you have a map of the ley lines, or is it sort of just something you sense as you travel?
Since as you travel, honestly, maps in Torsland are sometimes a little bit harder to get. I guess there aren't many cartographers who come out here mapping, and when they do, sometimes they get lost in the tundra of things. But sure, I suppose. And she'll go ahead and produce just a map of Torsland. It's not marked in any sort of extra way,
Sure.
but it is it's old. And she'll like delicately hand it over to Silenus.
Silenus will handle it with the utmost care. Um, but since we are traveling this way, are there, if you remember, no worries if not. As as he kind of traces the route that they've been taking towards the that chestnut forest, are there any major ley lines here or intersections under this forest? Kind of connections into the mountains?
Sevi will kind of scoot herself about 90 degrees out, and she's going to go ahead and use her ley line savant ability if there's a ley line within a mile of us.
So where you're at now, there's a lesser one within a mile,
Okay.
going to the west from where you're at.
Yep. She'll just point off in the west. A little bit smaller, but Well, honestly, those who have the ability to tap into them, it's it's a magic so pure that many people feel a rush of energy. It's like endorphins rushing into your system.
How did you learn? How did you learn to tap into it?
Well, book learned, and she's just gonna kind of tap the top of her book. But
So
if
I might have to get my hand on some of those books.
as much as I'm book
And
learned, I'm also perceptive. So if you just look up at the night sky, you might be able to learn a thing or two yourself.
Perhaps spent much more time looking up at the day sky, I suppose, more than the night.
you say these ley lines are more pure than what we normally, or what most others experience when they cast magic, as we call it, the Aether.
Oh, of
Um,
course.
do you think it would be conceivable that it could do more than what we normally do with the Aether here? If things are not normally meant to be healed with magic, do you think that the ley lines might be a line?
Um, Harsgold, your line of questioning, you want to use them to help someone?
Yes, actually. Um, you see, I think I have mentioned once before my daughter is sick. It is not a normal sickness that uh, the doctors or magic users are able to cure. By all intents and purposes, she is healthy. But every day is a nightmare. It hurts to move. Debilitating.
No. Well, whenever you're first starting out in any sort of studies with geomancy, it's good to start off with weaker ley lines. The moment you start tapping into things beyond yourself, that's when bad things happen. So, I mean, if she is sick, as you say, I wouldn't see the harm in being able to try to connect with something. But there's other things besides ley lines that could go ahead and help out with that. I know. I know you've probably gone through great lengths to identify what would be able to help your daughter. And I do hope that she will be healthy in the future. Every child deserves that. But there are other things that you could look into as well to be able to benefit. I mean, not those snake oils and things like that, but there are those who channel the ley lines so that you don't have to do it yourself. People who wield magic for greater purposes, and they would easily be able to assist in that way. I think most people call them, oh, what's the word? Sorcerers.
Sorcerer. Do you have a recommendation for a sorcerer that you trust?
Oh, no. I don't particularly know any about, and she'll kind of like gesture around.
Have you ever met one before?
I have, yes. A friend of a friend, I suppose.
And where are they now?
Whew. They were just merely a tourist, so they went off back to their home. Oh, goodness. I maybe they hailed from that free city.
The island city of Six Bells.
Yes, which I'm sure both of you are familiar if you're so well traveled.
Yes,
I
familiar with Six Bells.
been a few times. Not mainly into the city. It's mostly just been stopping in port. But do you have a name? I'm sorry to press so much, but
Have you ever met somebody and everything that they said just fell by the wayside? Be it love or be it some sort of a physical appearance that kind of just drew your attention away from their words? Because one of the biggest things about sorcerers is their eyes are almost like a night-filled sky. So, forgive me that I don't remember the lad's name.
I know a sorcerer, but
Oh,
I've never seen her use any healing abilities, so I'm not sure how much of help she could be.
well, conceivably, if they know the ley lines, they must know the magic, right? Perhaps it's just not their uh it's their choice not to use.
Perhaps.
oh, there's a bit of a give and take with it. It is it is nature that you're talking about. So being careful with it is, of course, of the utmost importance. But if they themselves are conduits, then who's to say that they can't link up another to the ley line web?
If I also have not had have a family member who has a illness like the one you've described. Um,
I I'm very sorry. I would not wish it on my worst enemy.
my recommendation would be the divine.
Well, I feel like we've gone to clerics before, but uh maybe not the right temple.
No, if it's my father is doing well now. He wasn't any kind of he wasn't a cleric. He was a direct connection conduit. I'm going to use that word to the divine.
Silenus, what are you saying? A direct conduit? Your father? That are you saying that you are divine?
Me? Oh, no, under no circumstances. No, but we're going to find a way to speak with a servant of the gods directly, or might have more success.
Then perhaps I could meet your father, if you would be so kind.
Perhaps, though I'm not sure where they are at the moment.
Right, you said they travel quite frequently.
Yes, but they're in parole now, but probably in uh Tuluria and Averia. So perhaps when you go home, you might run across him at some point.
The conversation quiets down a little bit. Some heavy topics touched on. Everybody feeling a little bit feeling the tires of the day starting to set in. Any watch, or are we just sleeping for the night?
let Galfrank wash again. But like I promised Sephi, right? Instead we're gonna leave someone here to protect us tonight when we sleep. So he flips through his book. He closes his eyes and does that really weird thing he's still not used to yet. Aurora, what we are, you are not in the sky. Protect us from the night and what might be inside of it. And as he says that, this white, yellow, almost like pearlescent, shimmering magic appears in front, still within the dome, but kind of in front of the three of them, of this kind of glowing figure, whose head doesn't really have a head, real head, just kind of like this ball of faint light. Has this large shield emblazoned with the symbol of Aurora and this long spear, and he just stands there resolute, on guard.
Sephi starts laughing. Oh, I see what you're doing there. It's a nightlight. That is very witty casting, Silenus.
Yes, it is a nightlight. And it will, if anything is dangerous, it might hurt you. It can also use that spear. It can use it.
I won't provoke. No worries there. I'm just gonna sleep for the night. But thank you so much for the protection. It's a little bit more of a peace of mind tonight.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, he casts Guardian of Faith. Just to be clear.
Unclear.
It's officially nightlight now.
You can call him that. He hasn't been given a name yet.
I love him. Well, Silenus, you are very powerful. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
How was
I wouldn't say that.
With the Guardian Faith on duty as well as Galfrank,
Mhm.
Is everybody sleep for the night?
Galfrank still has orders to wake up Harsgold if something, if he sees something dangerous or something going on.
This seems fair.
They know better than to wake Silenus or
Yep.
try. Yeah, sleeping for the night. Do a little yoga before bed.
Okay. He does any remaining nighttime activities and eventually retires for the night. I probably have asked this before, but with the tiny hut, you can see outside. They can't see inside. Can you hear sounds outside?
Yes, it is not
Okay.
soundproof, so you can hear things outside can hear inside, and us inside can hear outside.
Okay. So, as you start to bed down for the night, you hear slight pitter patter of light rain coming in on the night air. Nothing significant. Actually, just almost provides a nice peaceful rain sounds to go to sleep by.
Oh, Sephi has a noisemaker and a nightlight. She's gonna sleep like a rock.
Just needs the mask now.
Yeah, the little man.
Some essential oils.
Where's the diffuser?
That's part of the nightlight. It's built in. It's got a nice
Yes.
aromatherapy.
Effervescing.
element. Exactly. It's why there's not really a head. It's just like that's where all the little scented oil smells come out of. Not canon. No, not happening. But fun all the same. Anyway, as you each drift off to sleep, a peaceful night. Each of you resting in pretty deep slumber. At least several hours of good sleep pass by. For Silenus, you're laying there, you're sleeping, and you get this tingling feeling. It just starts as tingling, and then it slowly shifts. Burning. Warming that turns to a burning feeling. As you shake yourself awake and feel this intense heat as like a really intense sunburn hitting your skin. That you don't have to wait for the browning to happen. It's happening like as you feel it. Stirring you awake and quickly like surveying your surroundings. Not in the tent, not in the hut anymore. No sign of Sephi, no sign of Harsgold. You are looking out across an endless dune of sand. As you go to prop yourself up, kind of pick yourself up off the ground, put your palms down on the ground, wince and recoil quickly at the feeling of sharp edges just like cutting into your hands. And pulling up your hands, you observe just like numerous cuts just all over, up and down your fingers, across your palm, even up your wrist a little bit. And blood beginning to puddle and run across from all of these cuts. And it feels like there is stuff like stuck into your skin. Kind of like if you touch fiberglass insulation or other fiberglass elements, it's like all the little shards stuck into your hands. And small amounts of the blood on your hands start to drip. You look down into the sand and see that there's markings of where your blood is already seeped out into the sand, and see slight sparkles of almost like almost microscopic pieces of glass jutting out of the dunes, like threads of fiberglass and pieces of just like very sharp small filaments that are mixed into the sand. You do your best to touch the sand as little as possible and get your hooves down, as they don't seem to have near the reaction. Don't take near the damage that your soft skin was taking. And you just start to make your way through the dunes. To where? Don't know. But the heat is oppressive. You're like quickly are just under a stopping sweat running down your forehead, dripping down off your face, down into the sand below. As you hoof your way up one of the hill dunes, trying to get to some sort of a high point to be able to see something out there, get some sort of a landmark so you can avoid getting lost. Sand blowing in your face, thankfully without those sharp points scratching, but the sand is enough on its own, blinding, getting into your eye, doing your best to keep your eyes clear, keep your vision clear so you can see out in front of you. And as you start to get close to the top of this dune in front of you, you notice the sand starts to give way more and more beneath your hooves, slipping back down, drawing you back down to the bottom of the dune. And as you look behind you to see, how far you are from the bottom, you notice that all the sand in the vicinity seems to be sinking, pulling down, almost like the drain in a bathtub. That everything is being drawn towards some central point behind you. Instinctively, you scramble, try and stay ahead of it, digging your hooves into the sand, moving as fast as you can, putting as much force into any sort of solid ground you can hit, trying to pull yourself to the top of the dune.
Can he summon any of his magic?
What would you like to try?
Quickly shedding the heavy crow cloak, he'd like to try and cast fly.
Okay. You attempt to fly up out of the spot with your magical abilities, calling on that spell. You seem to, you lift off, you feel your hooves get up out of the sand, but that almost like gravity is pulling you that much stronger, and you're able to get out of the sand, but you're still moving closer and closer to this drain. Before long, you're pulled back into that sand that you had just escaped. That the force working against you is working twice as hard as your spellcraft can. For every 30 feet of flight you can try and take, you're taking 60 feet of sucking back towards this central point. And as you get down towards the bottom of this, you start to feel your legs being swallowed up by the sand, more and more of your body being swallowed up by the sand beneath you, until you get to the point where one last gasp of air before your whole body is submerged in the sand. Gasping for air, but breathing in nothing beyond that. As sand gets into your nostrils, tries to get into your mouth, you do your best to try and keep what air you have inside. And as you feel your air beginning to run out, getting to the end of that last breath, sand gives way. But you start to fall into an empty space as you just start falling. Having kept your eyes closed to keep it protected against the sand, your eyes, not feeling that pressure anymore, open and just see endless nothing. Endless sky, no ground, looking out in all directions. All directions but down. You look down, you see just an ocean of what looks like red water. Like a red ocean, writhing waves moving, frothing as you fall towards it. Fall is not the right word. As you dive towards it, as you feel you recorrect your course, and like you are trying to get to it as quick as you can. Don't know why. Don't have any recollection of making yourself do this, of why you would do this, but you know inside your mind that something is drawing you, that you need to go to this. Some curiosity, some attachment, as you seem to be intending to reach the Red Sea before, not escape it. Just before you make impact on the lapping waves of red, something jolts. You feel your legs just jerk back, pulling you back up into the sky. And as this force grabs a hold of your legs, you feel the tattoos on your back begin to warm and then burn, as if exposed to the surface of the sun, just red hot, burning. And as the pain nears the point of making you pass out, it goes away as you feel yourself just hurl through the air, hurtling to parts unknown, flying through the air. And as the sky turns black, everything from your vision just disappears. You don't know whether it's you pass out from the motion, from the pain, but all you see all around you is just blackness. You just hear the sound of air and wind blowing past your ears, whistling in your ears. You're moving. You don't know where. You don't know how. Just thankful the pain is gone and that you are no longer suffocating or drowning. It's that cool wind blowing across your body suddenly stops as you hit some sort of solid surface. And just kind of a stop, drop, and roll. You hit this ground and just roll across it, feeling yourself like hit various just different objects of different hardness, stones or wood or just dirt, all these different things hitting, bumping into your body, bruising you. And you just are left just exhausted, laying in the black, in the darkness, on some sort of a solid surface that feels somewhat like Earth.
Is he still like surrounded by this black?
As you open your eyes, you notice one solitary point of light in the darkness. Can't quite make out what it is, but something far away, in the direction you were just unfortunately traveling, uncomfortably traveling. There is one little solitary point of light ahead of you. Like one Christmas light 500 yards away in a pitch black darkness.
He can he try and hold out his hand and see if he can cast light cantrip. We can call on his magic again.
You attempt to call forth, a simple spell, something you can so easily do. It is just like muscle memory to cast that simple spell of light. You feel your hand like drawn out, holding out, like you're waiting for something, waiting for that light. But all it does is just direct you back towards that pinprick of light that is off in the distance.
Silenus is going to start walking towards it.
As with each step you take, you stumble a little bit here and there over objects unknown in the darkness. But you sense yourself getting closer and closer. The point of light getting a little bit bigger with every step. Finally, you get roughly 10 yards away from this ball of light as it starts to dance around in front of you and then starts to almost like swim through the air, leading you further.
He's gonna follow.
Begin to follow. With this light being a little bit closer, you no longer stumble. The path becomes clear. You're able to pick your way through any sort of hazards that might have befallen you while in the pitch blackness. Pick your way over a log here, a stone there. the path is easier with this light source. Eventually, this little ball of light leads you to a tent sitting on a beach, away from the water, but within distance of it that you can hear the crashing of the waves. Right on the edge. The ball of light zips between the folds of the tent and heads in. And you see the tent just start to illuminate a little bit from the outside with this ball of light entering it.
This will take a moment to look down at the probably not looking too good, hot, but still try his best to brush off the dirt, wipe the blood from his hands if it's still there. So, straighten his tunic before he heads inside.
You spruce yourself up as best as you can non-magically can. And as you pull back the edge of the tent and step inside, you notice a little ball of light. Kind of almost gives a little bit of a dance in the air, almost like excitement for your arrival, before moving into a lantern hanging from the center of the tent. And as it enters the lantern, just like immediately, the tent fully illuminates from the light of the lantern. The tent is now completely devoid of any shadows, including your own, as if it is being lit from all directions, despite the only light source you can see being this one lantern in the center. A moment passes before folds the tent to the far side, pull back, and a being steps through. At first, just blinded by bright light. Burns at your eyes a little bit. Not to the point like it hurts, but just to the point of you need to adjust. Like somebody turned a flashlight on right in front of you. And as you blink a little bit, your eyes adjust. It's almost like somebody dims the lantern just a little bit, dims the lantern of this being, as you are able to make out a fairly humanoid form. General humanoid features. You can't really pick up male or female. There's not that definition to the figure. But the one thing that you notice beyond it being this humanoid figure is that it does have large wings that come off the back, and just for a moment like flex and then adjust and come fold back in behind the being.
Silenus gives a very stiff, right at the waist, hips bow as this being enters. After he readjusts his eyes.
The being just like does a subtle, not even a half bow in response, and you start to notice that like this. At first, it was just this bright, beaming light, but now the light just starts to kind of ebb. This glowing aura coming off it, kind of like almost like a heartbeat. And it just like, boom, boom, bright and then dim, bright and then dim. As the being at the end of its little quarter bow. Tarus Asolete, which you immediately recognize as Celestial. And greetings, Chosen One.
I just need to remind myself. I don't know if he speaks Celestial.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay. Um, please in respond and
You
comment.
understand it regardless.
Okay. In respond and comment. And please in respond. Greetings, messenger.
It switches from celestial to common, answering in kind to you. She has sent me to visit. You seem to be treading a dangerous path.
Well, I feel like I have not tread a safe one in many months.
You get a quarter bow in affirmation.
Does she wish me to stop this path?
She's curious as to where this path might lead, yet wishes you to be warned. The treating with false gods of old carries great danger.
Yes, I'm aware of the danger that I could be in, but it seems like the best way forward to accomplish the goal she has set me on.
What is it that you hope to gain from these beings?
Perhaps answers, perhaps an alliance of a kind against this dreamer, this Kurzarath, or this is that is threatening, or whatever this apparently my destiny is.
I know not of this dreamer, this Kurzarath that you speak of. Might you be chasing false leads?
No, I mean it can't. It's the surely Aurora must know is stuck, trapped in the dream for months.
You slumbered a long time. That much is known. Answers might be, as I said, curious what this path might produce.
If Aurora said that I was here to rebalance the world, to save something, It wasn't. It wasn't Dreamer. If that wasn't the threat, why am I here?
The future is fickle. Knowing what threats are, were, or will be can be difficult. While you are fated to have a role to serve her, what you serve her against may from time to time need to change as the world does. While she is all-powerful, there are other forces. 5 of them that wield their
5.
own controls and weavings.
There are 5? What? What 5?
Surely you're aware of Daedus and Briora and Noctalis, Sephora and Infernus.
Yes. My apologies, I did not notice who you reference.
Due to their pact, she does not control all, while she may wield more control than some of the others. Their actions have reactions, as do hers, and things may change. Your mission you were sent on all those months ago is a bit fuzzy. The threat that was present was dealt with, in a way, by you and your companions. But each one that struck down seems to be that others keep springing up. The Necromancer and Air Guard, the False Gods, Minions, and Maidenthorn, even the Curious Creature and Swansteed. And
Attack
that's
on
not
the
even
Oracle in Ashmain.
that one proves a bit curious as well. Finding out who the elven girl works for might be worth your time.
I've been trying, but not received any leads.
What is it, other than your vague answers, you hope to gain from Sanglut and the Frostynet?
Sanglut, but no, he just... Last time it was not. It was dangerous, yes, but it was not that dangerous. I promised a help against Streamer. I just didn't get to ask him everything I wanted to. For us, Jeanette, I'm hoping we'll see a common enemy. I'm hoping she will see me as a friend. I'm hoping to gain a promise of similar promise of the mutual defense treaty almost.
I said, be very wary of the false gods of old. They were more likely than not use you to their own gains and discard you. And that would be very unfortunate. She has put such investment in you.
It'd be unfortunate. I've forgotten who the real gods are. I will. Is there any way, since we are, Silenus is going to presume, probably not in reality at the moment. Is there any way that he can communicate his experience with the Dreamer's End Tavern, like through his telepathic abilities to this messenger and like information blast everything that he experienced, and what he's found out about Kurzarath, and say, if Aurora does not know about this, it feels like she should know. Should be told.
You can attempt to.
I'm going to try to just communicate this information.
Focus your mind on all these thoughts
messenger.
and
Yeah.
attempt to telepathically convey them.
Yeah.
The ebb, like a heartbeat that has been coming off this glowing, ebbing aura, picks up pace. Faster. Brighter. It's just a blood-curdling screech comes from this creature. You can't make out a mouth. You just get this wave of a scream comes from it as the light burns brighter, brighter, brighter to the point that you can't look at it. And you wake up back in the hut. Brow wet from the sweat. Hands marked but not readily bleeding. Eyes struggling to adjust.
Eyes fully dilated. Well, eyes fully contracted, I guess. Oh. Is it still night?
Yeah. Roughly gauge night, 2/3 of the way through the night. Your tent still up, still operational, so that gives you a somewhat gauge of time. Your companions also still resting. Although, let's see. What's your guys' passives? You two?
Yeah. Silenus was trying to be quiet, but he was not that quiet.
12.
13.
Yeah, okay. They're sleeping.
Okay.
No Lonans.
Or Isabel's, for that matter.
Or Tamerlane's.
Fair.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
Players learning. Find yourself lying awake in the hut. Alone, but not alone. Because obviously they're there, but they're just not conscious.
Pulls Galfrank back over to himself. And kind of just holds this cat in his arms. We're gonna have to be careful, Galfrank. Silenus is
You
gonna
still have your
start
nightlight too, by the way.
Yeah. Silenus is gonna start to disrobe. He's gonna take off his any tunic or cloak he's still wearing and his shirt. Say, Galfrank, can you walk around to the back? I need to check. And he's gonna watch through his cat's eyes so we can look at his own back. Have there been any new symbols, any new tattoos added?
Nothing's changed.
Puts his shirt back on. Dark enough that the tattoos still just very very faint glow through the undershirt. It felt like the first time I got them. But so many things I didn't ask again. Just gonna hold his cat. This light, I'm still walking into the pitch dark and hoping I don't fall. He's not going to go back to sleep.
Okay. Eventually, your companion's awake.
Silenus is seated, kind of knees pulled up to his chest, his cloak kind of draped over him, sitting on his bedroll, and he's petting his cat.
You are awake?
I am awake.
Did you ever sleep, my friend?
No, I did.
Good. You'll probably need it for the journey ahead.
Yes, I will.
Harskull is after that brief exchange, he's going to take out a small parchment and he's just going to start writing on it. It's sort of a letter to his daughter, but one that he's not necessarily going to like send, if that makes sense. Sort of a journal
letter.
entry, but yeah.
Soon after he starts this, the hut falls away.
And your guardian.
Yeah. The guardian a few minutes later. They were chatting under the hut for a little bit before he cast the guardian.
Harskull will go to a nearby rock as he's now in the open.
Yeah, you are unfortunately left with the muddy terrain, but on the positive end of things, it is relatively decent. 50 to start the morning.
All right.
Sephi will shudder when the hut drops, and that'll prompt her to wake up. But she'll go ahead and get up and head on over to the rest of the group. So, are we ready to start the day?
Looks up at the sunrise. Yes, I suppose the day is starting.
Yes, let me just pack up a few things and we can get right on our road. I think it'll be a good day, don't you think?
I hope so. Silver. Okay, another question. Is Silenus more noticeably tanned than he was when he went to bed
Yo.
last night?
That is true. Does he, he said his
Yeah, I would
arms
say you
were...
have a little bit, little more golden. No orange tanning bed.
No.
Tanning false stuff. There's a little bit of a golden hue. Right, as everybody wakes, they gather up their things, pack back up onto the snow ramps, and head out into the hills, up towards get my brain to work here. Daxgar's palm. As you're treading down one of the fingers, the palm, that I believe that story was recounted to you by Yofredir. Show of hands. Did anybody remember the story of Daxgar's palm? No, just like off the top of your head. Don't go check if you know it. Just off the top of your
No.
head, do you know? Okay. So, then I will take a history check from our two newcomers as to whether they've ever heard the story.
Hopefully.
Them some good
19
rolls.
and 30.
And Sephi had a slightly lower DC for that, but you guys both pretty good rolls. So, Daxgar's palm is a formation of hills to the north of the Dristic Fell Mountains that come from an ancient tale cherished by the giants of the region, who speak of a frost titan known as Daxgar the Giver. And according to their lore, Daxgar was a peaceful and benevolent titan who lived in harmony with the inhabitants of the area more than a millennia ago. During the age and the high point of the Tors, or the old Dwarven kingdom of Torsland. Daxgar, towering above all, was revered by the giants for his wisdom and kindness. He was known to use his immense stature to forewarn the giants of approaching weather, ensuring their safety and prosperity. In gratitude, the giants would offer him gifts, and he blessed them with his guidance. This symbiotic relationship fostered a deep respect and admiration for Daxgar among the giants, who regarded him as a guardian of their lands. The hills of Daxgar's palm are said to be the final resting place of this legendary titan, and that this is, in fact, his hand. The story goes that when Daxgar passed, his massive hand became the foundation of the hills, with the fingers of the hills extending northward, forming natural ridges and valleys. These geological formations resembling the shape of a colossal hand, lending a mystical aura to the landscape, inviting wonder and speculation. While most intelligent beings dismiss the tale as being myth, given that frost titans typically would, under no circumstances does anybody have any knowledge of a frost titan being anywhere near that size, would have much smaller hands. However, the hill's unique topography continues to fuel some imagination, especially of those that have no experience with titans. The hills are dotted with unusual rock formations and ancient weathered stones that some claim are the petrified bones of the Titan Daxgar. These features draw adventurers, scholars, pilgrims who seek to uncover the truth behind the legend. And despite the skepticism of many, the giants continue to honor Daxgar's memory, leaving offerings and performing rituals at various points in the hills. Sephi would know that the ley line that she directed to would be one of the fingers of Daxgar's palm, extending from Daxgar's palm, and that it threads back to the Dristigfell Mountains where the base of the palm sits.
Is it the middle finger?
It would be the middle finger.
Heck yeah!
Which, if you were looking at it, would suggest that it is Daxgar giving Witternacht the finger.
Oh, we love this.
But both of you would know that tale, and for the sake of everybody's edification, we will say that you recounted the tale as you start to make your way up into the hills of Daxgar's Balm. I will not make you all recount it off the top of your head, so... You make your way up into the hills, following along, listening to this tale, and make good headway. Eventually getting to a point as you move across the hills that, Silenus, you start to vaguely start to put together some landmarks as to being you're in the vicinity of where you got to be chased by mammoths last time you were here, and eventually come into view of a long off to the southwest. You just make out the shape of a lone watchtower, stone watchtower, crumbled and decrepit. Out at the edge, there was the watchtower that you guys saw just before dealing with the mammoths and their riders. Thankfully, though, you hear no such foot beats on the ground. There's no shaking of the earth. There's no sign of any patrols of enemy clans. You continue to move through the mud and down across the Palm and out into the next river valley, the Lystine River Valley. Making your way down to the same place that you camped the last time you came through, finally merging back up with your path. As you make camp for the next night, another night of rest, of conversation, of bonding between the three of you. Just discuss the day's travels. Your sleep is peaceful. No dreams of drowning in sand or burning under the light of a goddess. Much needed rest. And you awaken the next morning, ready to get back on the road, knowing that by your rough estimations, you should be able to get to the forest, to your destination, by the end of the next day. Anybody have any business before you continue on the road?
If the ley line from Daxgar's palm is still around us, since it traced into the Dristigfell Mountains.
So yeah, that would have been like the last thing you went past before you camped for the night. So
Perfect.
you could go back up into the up onto the hill to get close to it.
Also, as long as it's a mile away, I can attune
Oh
to
yeah,
it.
you'd still be within a mile.
Yeah, so Sephi will go ahead and attune to it. She'll just kind of ground herself a little bit, and it's not too unlike a yoga pose as she goes ahead and just kind of plants her feet and tries to match with the residual magic that is underneath Daxgar's palm, giving the middle finger to the rest of Torsland, as we've aptly named.
So any roll you need to do to align within your subclass?
No, I do not.
All right.
Yeah,
Nice.
I just get to. But every time I cast a
Great set.
spell, I'd need to roll. So I'll keep that in mind.
Anybody else have any morning or evening activities to catch us up on before you get on the road on the 41st day of Samhain?
Harsgold will continue his writing, but other than that, it's just another day, I guess, on the road.
Harsgold, have you found anything worthwhile for your trade?
Not around these areas, no. Many of the things that normally I might pick up through here, I don't seem to be finding, although I'm not necessarily looking maybe as hard as I should be.
See,
I've been enjoying the company a lot more.
I mean that's good. I don't want to don't want to take advantage of your company.
Oh no, I mean, you're not holding me hostage by any means. I'm very excited to see what the Sanglut fellow has in store for you.
Yes. But that I'm not sure I looked at both Harsgold and Safi really communicated how dangerous this step could be. So if you do not want to take part to be nearby, I understand.
And what is the danger then? You are not just going for a conversation?
We are, but last time there was a series of tests before the conversation. And I'm not sure what will happen next time.
Well, I don't know how many tests could happen at a shrine in the woods.
You would be surprised.
I guess. What was one of them? Like running from one side of the tree line over to the other?
Maybe you had to find some object in the woods, like some treasure hunt.
I had to strap myself down, strap myself up. One of my companions had to shoot arrows in between, like my head and my arms, and like between my arms and my body, and try not to hit me with the arrows.
Oh, well, I guess they are a good shot. You're still alive.
Well, yes.
Well, maybe you just teach us how to fire a bow properly then before we get on in there.
It would be helpful if I knew how to fire a bow properly. Um,
Hmm. Well, hopefully that won't be the challenge this time.
hopefully,
What was another challenge?
um, there were
Safe to assume walking and talking.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
riding,
Always.
Snow railing and
riding
Well,
talking.
yes,
talking.
riding and talking, but
Um, yes. Well, one of them there was a group of swords, and we had to stab each other with each of them before we could move to the next test.
And why do you want to speak to this individual?
Because they are very dangerous.
I see.
Right, that's quite clear. You shot each other with bows and then stabbed each other with swords. Of course they're dangerous.
And we have, and I have appreciated your good company and traveling with you, but I don't want to put either of you in any danger that you don't have to be in.
Well, what sort of trial are you going to undergo if you go alone?
I don't know. I'm hoping I can just speak. To speak.
My curiosity is piqued, which honestly might not bode well, but it doesn't sound like we get to choose partway between this if we're participating in it or not. It sounds like an all-in situation.
Well, you just have to not walk up to the shrine. Um, honestly, it seems like.
But wouldn't it be wrong to just watch you have to do all of these things?
What sort of, I don't know, how would you risk yourself for me?
Because it would be quite sad to see somebody slain before my eyes without the opportunity to properly do something about it.
Right. What is the conundrum here? I mean, you know I am a father, and I would every child is every person used to be a child, and every child needs to be protected.
Yes, but you have your child to get back to.
Well, it also seems like our friend here, and gesturing to Sephi, is inclined to aid you, and I would like to see that they are safe as well, so that I can maybe perhaps learn about these ley lines that they are speaking about.
Yes, but
Is that self-interested enough for you, my friend?
it's just. You have.
Don't go off and die.
I don't plan on it, but I also don't want to lead someone else to their death.
If you don't plan on dying, then plan on keeping us alive.
It worked so well last time. Oh, I guess there's only 2 of them this time instead of 6.
So, will you have us go with you, or are you going to walk in there by yourself?
I can't stop you, but I want you to know what you're walking into.
So just
And I got a pretty clear message that this is a very dangerous path.
right, the swords and the arrows, dangerous. But are there any other trials that you had to undergo? I heard that it was quite bad form to not have trials in 3s.
But I think there was actually 4, which I don't think it
Well,
was not
A bonus.
you had to drink. I think it was poison. Um,
What was one of the trials being immolated and
No.
tarred and feathered?
the last times we had to ask each other difficult questions and then tell the truth.
oh, we can do that right now. I mean, pull the
Yes,
band-aid
that
right
is-
off.
Well, that wasn't the dangerous part. No, this being itself is dangerous.
As you
Well,
continue
you seem
this
very.
path,
Oh,
talking about it, we'll come back to it. So keep your thought. Harsgold. Up ahead, you can see the outline of you are nearing the forest that you believe is the one that held the shrine, based off the distance you are from the Dristic Fells at this point. But you're still walking and talking, or talking and walking, or whichever direction you want to go with that.
We should be careful. There were some monsters in this forest as well, so just step lightly.
Well, honestly, perhaps they were brought here.
Perhaps. What is your thought, Harsgold?
that's a great question. I'll let you know if it ever returns.
I want the two of you to be careful. That's all.
As you continue board your snow rams, getting closer and closer to this large, dense forest that stands between you and the Dristic Fells. And based off your conversations with Silenus, is your intended destination, or at least houses your intended destination. As you start to get closer, you can tell that these trees don't seem to be anything different than trees you've seen before. With the late arrival of spring, they are towering, they are leafless, and they look like skeletal branches and trunks reaching out like twisted fingers into the sky.
Have they put off any like green buds, leaves from the warm weather?
From a ways away, you can't see any signs of that yet.
Gotcha.
You do notice a little bit of movement. There's some creaking of the trees as they move a little bit off in the distance, and then you can see some things flitting from branch to branch, coming and going. Overall, just a very shadowy, foreboding scene. As there doesn't appear to be any sort of a trail to follow. There is no direct path that leads you into these woods. It is a very dense, oversown forest. And between Silenus' comments and the imposing wall of trees in front of you, you really have no choice but to proceed with a little bit of caution as you near. As you get closer, yes, you are able to notice some budding in the trees. There's signs of life returning to this forest. But upon entering the forest, you quickly find that you are... Any semblance of claustrophobia your character may have is quickly triggered as these trees are tight up around you. There is no room to travel side by side. You are forced to travel in a single file, but not in a line. As you twist and go in about trying to do your best to try and keep a general idea of your destination, which is helped by the fact that these trees are sparse in their leaves, as you can keep that landmark of the saddle of the Dristigfell Mountains as a center point in front, so you do not end up veering off too far to the east or the west. Sounds, the ravens cawing from perches high above, draw your attention away. Occasionally leaving Harsgold or Silenus to react and then immediately have to yank the reins of your snow ram before you hit into a low branch. You push deeper and deeper into the forest. That I need history checks from our two new folks on whether you're familiar with this forest.
Session of history checks. Possibly.
I'll say with a 15. Never had reason to go this close. No reason to go into this forest. And yeah, you recall coming past here before, but don't recall a specific name on what was this forest called or anything like that. But Sephi with the 24 are familiar with this being the Tokatskog, which is... Does Sephi speak Dwarvish?
Ooh, let me see.
I would hope so,
Indeed,
hanging
she
out
does.
in Torsland.
Yeah.
So you know that translates to foggy forest. As you get deeper and deeper within the forest, the namesake comes alive as you start to notice just a little subtle fog start to build around the snow ram's legs. It picks up a little bit thicker, the more you move. Making it very difficult for you as the riders to be able to see the ground, but you just have to navigate based off the trees and avoiding those low branches, avoiding running headfirst into trees, as your snow ram's eye line is basically just sitting at the top of the fog as you move through. For eventually, you enter a little bit of a clearing. Look off to the side to see a collection of stone monuments. And Silenus immediately recognizing the shrine that you visited not so terribly long ago.
So,
I need a perception check from everybody.
okay. That also works.
It's foggy.
Like that we progressively got higher rolls. They just didn't get high rolls, but medium. Sephi, as you just kind of get caught up in the surroundings, and you're of course riding behind, I believe is what we had established before.
Yes, yeah.
So you're in a little bit of difficulty to be able to see too much. attention kind of just being drawn to all these different things, and quickly having your attention drawn to these large monument, very clearly deliberate settings of stone off to the side, while Harsgold and Silenus hear the cracking of twigs, sound of movement off in the forest. And that's where we'll end the first half of our session for tonight.
Oh, can I ask, did Selena see either of the bottles of blood that he left at the altar on the altar?
Not with the fog.
Ooh. Who is here?
It's the twig blights.
Did they steal your blood?
Maybe?
Check this shit.
Yeah, I didn't know I had that power, but I tried it and it worked.
Yeah, get ready for your half, y'all.
Yeah.
Well, mine at
I'll
least.
probably be
I know
dipping for a
Ernie
little.
might not appear.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We are back with our second half of our session, or second portion of our session. I don't want to say it's halves. That's too difficult on me to keep that equal. As we travel to Okaria and Ashmain with our party there, which is AJ continues with us from the first half of the session, and the lovely addition of Saga, and we'll see. Maybe we'll meet some other friendly faces as we go. But for now, it will be this trio of folks as we pick back up in the city of Ashbane, in the old Snapper district of the city, down by the port, and as discussed last session, and maybe I can get rid of the horse movement music here and move to something a little more tavern-like. As we head to the Foaming Ale Tavern, the only tavern in this old Snapper district, and really the only significantly notable location in the old Snapper district in general. A little disappointing because the old Snapper district just got a fun name to it, but Foaming Ale Tavern is where we will pick up. A nice log wood building with wood plank roof, 2 stories tall, and fortunately for our duo, it does have enough rooms to accommodate them if they so choose. But as you step into the Foaming Ale Tavern, stepping through the double doors, you find a welcoming great hall, wood plank floors softened by woven carpets in warm sea-washed hues, candlelight flickering from sconces and tabletops, gentle shadows being cast across comfortable chairs, well-worn benches, and a broad stone hearth that has a steady radiation of heat. Air carrying a inviting scent of simmered spices that drifts in from the adjoining kitchen. And you spot at least a couple other doors towards the back leading off to other rooms. A stairwell leads upstairs, as well as another entry that appears to lead to some sort of a cellar down below. The walls decorated with beautiful tapestries, rich colors, intricate designs hanging along the walls, fabric stirring just a little with the draft from the open door as you step in. And in the center of the hall stands a life-size statue of a dwarven male. It's a proud presence, oddly companionable. You kind of get the sense that it's like, if there were selfies in Winternacht, this is the statue that you go and you take your selfie of. You visited this tavern, and this is the dude. There's no plaque or anything like that to say who this dwarf is. As far as you are concerned, it is random dwarf that is posited here in the middle of the great room. He does hold an actual wooden mug that is in the sculpture's hand, and you notice as you're coming in, somebody goes and drops a couple coins in the mug as they go past, and rubs the nose of the dwarven statued figure. Aside from that, it's a busy atmosphere. There's a lot of patrons in here. Best guess, knowing what you do of the city, obviously Xedre being this his hometown, the neighborhood, the different occupations that are in this area. This is probably mostly folk from the area. That this is, post got done with work, go grab a drink with your friends at the tavern before stumbling home, and then rinse and repeat. But there's a few individuals that look a little bit out of place, a little bit finer attire, unfamiliar faces. How much time has Xedre ever spent in the Foaming Ale Tavern? Is this a familiar location, or is this I picked a place that I really haven't tried yet?
Xedre's going fully based on recommendations, but unfortunately, he's probably just as new to this place as an absolute out-of-towner like Lonan would be.
All right. As stated, it's pretty busy. You only are able to clock one waiter working the room. Middle-aged, fire-hard individual. There's a dwarven bartender behind the bar, and another dwarf, a female dwarf, that is kind of making her way around the room, playing some sort of a flute, just providing some gentle entertainment for the crowd. She looks... Best clock would be that this is probably somebody that, similar to Percy or any of the other entertainers that you've encountered, that it's a travel from place to place, not a permanent mainstay here, just somebody that is passing through, and this is where they chose to perform. And you can hear activity in the kitchen at this hour, so presume somebody is probably working back there. The tavern is yours.
Xedre will turn back over to Lonan and say, I know that you mentioned that I could probably go ahead and get a place with my family, but my goal tonight is to probably have at least a bit of alcohol. And Xedre's gonna rip off the chain, the preemptive proof against poison that he has that would prevent him from getting drunk.
That's completely understandable. I don't think I've ever seen you get drunk before.
I mean, can you believe the goal? Honestly, the fact that she said that we could come back tomorrow. I normally she works so fast, and I just I really thought that she would have been able to make the decision there, because now we have to spend another night in town, and there's risk that I see somebody that I know, and I really just want to be in and out. You need to get back to the eating dunk, right?
As he's talking, Lonan is leading him over to a table. Yes, no, it is. I would be lying if I didn't say I wasn't anxious leaving folk there with her. And I would really like to go visit my family sooner rather than later. So yes, it is quite irritating. But also, she does not seem like someone I want to piss off, so...
No, I'm not seeking to piss her off or anything like that, but she's she's good at what she does, and I've seen her help so many people before, and then it felt like we were kind of just like pushed to the side, like, come back tomorrow, got some stuff to deal with, you know? And then he'll gesture to Lonan, and then like to her side, and just be like, Folk!
I know, and it's something. It's what she said when she was speaking, when she saw folk, and that whole moment. Just there's something about it that bothers me.
Why?
I don't know. She said something like, "You're a different one, aren't you?" to her, and the way she considered her, it felt. I don't know. I I'm not saying, not agreeing with her. I'm as irritated as you are. And it just makes me really nervous leaving folk behind.
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Varelia likes to go ahead and like drop riddles and stuff like that a lot of the time. So whenever she gives you a straight answer, it's normally pretty bad news, actually.
I mean, we know Alfred's alive.
Right. Yeah, no, I shouldn't try to rationalize my anger. Brevin, the whole
No.
time? That's ridiculous. And she didn't feel the need to mention it or anything like that. I knew the whole time. It's just and Xedre will like slam his face onto the table.
Yeah, and I mean, the only thing I could assume is if she thought we all knew as well, but even that is a little bit of a stretch, because it's like, I feel like if you knew, we would have probably like asked about it. And can we also mention that Silenus knew about the dreamer being a dragon and didn't tell us.
You just hear a groan. Nothing new, Lonan. Nothing new.
I mean, maybe to you. Well, actually, no. That's fair. I did. She'll kind of just like rub her temples. I had even tried to get him to go ahead and, because I suspected about the staff, and I tried to get him to tell you.
Just like
I thought it
how
was unfair.
Varelia knew about Brevin, but you know what? Credit where credit is due. You were showing tact. Can't be mad at you. And all things considered, she's probably taking a delicate hand with it, and that's why she needs the evening. But I still need a drink, irregardless.
I can agree with that.
What can I get you? Sorry to interrupt. I'm just making the rounds.
Oh,
Can't say
your
that loud.
timing is actually impeccable.
Great. I need to keep moving, making the rounds. So,
Yeah.
we got some house spirits on hand. I can get you about anything you need. The kitchen's still open. I can get that as well.
2 of whatever will get my friend drunk the fastest.
Right. Well, what we like to suggest around here is the lava root whiskey. I can get you. Do you want bottle or do you want
Bottle.
All right. Terrific. Get that for you. Any food or no? You're going for completely drunk? Probably not.
Lonan.
Probably some food,
Uh,
at least for me.
I'll go empty stomach though.
All right. I'll pick a couple odds and ends. Anything preference?
Well, if it's just some bread and cheese, I'm good.
Splendid. I'll get that right out. He goes immediately, moves to the next table, and starts going through the whole spiel with them as well, as he's trying to cover this entire room by himself.
The only reason I didn't tell you about my suspicions is I didn't know if they were true or not.
Right. Once again, not going to fault you for it, and it's misplaced that I'd be angry at Varelia too. So, what we can go ahead and mutually be upset about is Silenus. So the moment that we get that whiskey, I will pour 2 glasses for the both of us, and we can go ahead and cheers to whatever I'm going to do to him whenever I see him next.
Oh, that'll be... She'll just, like, let out a whistle. That'll be interesting. I'll make sure to warn the others to stay off your ass for it as well.
Appreciate it. Though, Kiesel seemed surprisingly soft whenever we were leaving Six Bells.
I think he misses his family.
Well, I understand, but he's been hot-shelled up most of the time when we've been around him. Very rarely do you get to see him so vulnerable.
I think there was something in seeing Jofridier's family and, you know, losing Torsten, and then seeing him and his mom and sister, and then, you know, we end up going towards our families. It's like, I think I don't know how to put it, touched on a sore spot. Not on our own, not it's our fault or anything, it's just that I think it kind of brought it to his mind again.
Sure, I can understand that. And
it sometimes it gets really rough being the tough one.
I can understand that as well, though I don't think I've ever properly taken up the role as the tough one in our group.
You're quite in tune with your emotion, and it is a thing I do appreciate about you.
Well, I'd blame it on the tumultuous waves of Briora, but I suppose I can't necessarily do that in a place where people are getting just drunk out of their minds. I'm starting to have second thoughts, truthfully, and he'll just look over the people in here because they're probably getting down.
There's a few that are pretty, quite a few sheets into things. For the most part, it's a pretty quiet, calm crowd here. And on command, you do end up with your bottle of lava root whiskey and a couple glasses, a couple mugs, as well as a platter with about half a loaf of bread and a quarter cheese wheel.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Yep, you just let me know if you need anything else. Just ask for Lloyd. I think I'm the only one here, so just yell for waiter. I'll be around.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Xedre will pour 2 mugs, equal parts, and he will go ahead and offer one over to Lonan.
She will take it, but kind of keep it held up for a cheers.
And
as you pour it, it's got a little bit of a reddish tint to the typical brown coloring.
So cheers to whatever's gonna happen next.
yes, Xedre will cling mugs.
Mm-hmm.
Down the hatch.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's got an earthy, smoky taste to it, but pretty smooth.
Nice.
So about kind of the bigger issue at hand, there was discussion on the re-entry into the tavern.
Yeah, no, I've been also playing that in the back of my head. And it almost feels unfair for me to decide because I only know the stories that Silenus told me. I wasn't there firsthand.
Right. I only remember bits and pieces. Honestly, I'm privy mostly to the narration of Kiesel and Silenus myself.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we know for a fact there's a way out. And maybe, I don't want to say this, but maybe you going in a second time, you're better prepared. But also, that could also mean the dreamer is more able to target you directly.
Right. I don't know if it's better to go in with a clear mind, have no prior experience like you, or to go in having been there before, because then he could be messed with even worse, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. Or in having a loved one there, the dreamer attempting to use two of you against each other. It seems up his alley.
Right. I guess you just have to hope that at your core, even if you forget a lot about yourself, that you'll still make that decision, should it come down to it. I think you wouldn't be making it fresh getting in there. It would probably take a bit of time, make you question yourself every once in a while, but I think that you could come out on top.
Thank you. I appreciate it, but I don't know. Still, I wouldn't want to put any of y'all through that again, and I think as we said earlier is we don't want to go in alone.
True.
Or I guess I think it's us as individuals don't want to go in alone. I'd go in with you, but
I'd
I
go in
think
with
the
you.
others would also. I think the others probably wouldn't understand.
I realize that I have a better family situation than most of the people that we travel with. I mean, my folks are just halfway across town and probably largely unbothered by what we've been doing, but I mean, Yofredir losing his dad, Kiesel having to deal with all of the implications of exile, everything like that. You and Arlo, and then Silenus' family traveling around and everything that's up with his back tattoo.
Yeah. No, you got a pretty stable family. I'm glad, in all honesty. I wouldn't wish this chaos on anybody.
Well, the only other person who had a stable family was Alfred, but now whatever's going on with Brevin, he might be privy to all of that. So if I can protect my family here, I'd do anything to help you with yours.
Thank you. The good thing is, at least right now, Brevin doesn't know much about my family. He has some ideas, but couldn't pick them out of a lineup if he tried, so. And technically, if the Dreamer wanted information about him, he's had it for over a year at this point. So. My bigger worry is what Brevin is getting up to.
Agreed.
I suppose the only thing we can do is take care of what's in front of us. Check in on your family, I think.
Once I get things figured out, if Virelia ends up not being amenable to housing my family, I have an aunt that I'm going to lean on a little bit more. The unsavory one.
Scarlet, right?
Yeah.
I've heard y'all talk about her before.
Yep. That would definitely need to go ahead and be a conversation prior to meeting with my family. If my mom knew that I was talking to her sister about things, she'd immediately try to shut it down and probably get quite upset. So I'd rather ask for forgiveness and not for permission.
Understandable. Understandable.
But Virelia is going to say yes. That's going to be the great part, and she is going to be the solution to so many of our problems. And Xedre will throw back just a whole mug of this stuff.
It'll take another swig.
Give me a con save there, Xedre. If you're thrown back like that, we got to move to con saves. Or you're feeling it. You're feeling it.
She does seem quite fond of you and your brother, so that's good at least. What do you plan to do though if we happen to run into your siblings before we go talk to the rest of your family?
That isn't going to happen. Respectfully, I am probably the messiest out of all of my siblings, and I don't think that Temper's going to show up inside of a bar.
Yeah, she seemed a little young for that, admittedly.
But, yeah, the only reason why I feel like I'd run into my family is because Tanner's doing some sort of secretive stuff on the side, or, honestly, if my sister had reason to find me. But otherwise, I think I'm pretty good.
I mean, when's the last time you talked to your sister? She could be more of a mess than you think she is.
No, she was the one who kind of picked up the pieces that I left. Every single thing that I was bad at, she kind of just flew in, and honestly, she's incredible. I can't get self-deprecating right now, Lonan.
No, because you are great, and you are strong, and you're good at what you do.
Okay, that's a
I've seen it
mom-coded of you to
firsthand.
say. Appreciate it, truly. We're all incredible. Honestly, I'm surprised that we've been able to like separate, and we're probably all still doing our own stuff. I mean, Selena stayed back there in Torsland. He's probably unearthing all sorts of dwarvish ruins. And then Kiesel stayed back in Six Bells, so he's probably like buddy with Honoria, like right-hand man. He's probably leading like some sort of underground cavalry or something. He might be inciting a war underneath the surface so that Honoria can go ahead and take up the role of the person in charge of Six Bells.
Mm. You know, I can see it.
But what about you? When we get to the Uten Dunk and we get to see your family, what are you planning on doing?
I mean, I don't know, just checking in on them. I kind of just miss them, and especially after what all happened in that prisoned man thing. She'll kind of trail off. I just really miss all of them. And especially Nadia. I mean, she's little, so the gods only know how much she's grown in the past year or so. I'll make sure my brother's, and I'll make sure he's not drinking again. I told Isha to keep an eye on him for that. She'd set him straight. But and obviously check in on Arlo. Oh, what's of him there?
Right, yeah. I'm really interested to see what the Dunk is like, because I've never been there before.
If you would like, because you might have more of an attachment to it than I do, or not an attachment, interest. I can take you to where I found Arlo and your other friends. That cave.
Oh, yeah, the one where Kiesel kind of got exploded. And then I like,
Right, yeah.
okay. Yeah, I'd be down for that.
I don't know if that would, It's also where I found Folk's tooth, that tooth I used to summon Folk.
Right. Have you thought about, like, is that actually Folk's tooth? And, like, Folk is, like, summoned around it? Or is that, like, an actual, like, big dragon's tooth, like Navara?
I think it's an actual dragon's tooth. I think Folk is an echo of whatever it was, whoever it was before.
Wow. That's interesting. I just have a bed.
It's a very pretty bird.
Sure, I appreciate that. And he's gonna go ahead and take one more swing.
Just say you went from both of you buzzing to Xedre's 20. Actually moved it back to the. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm back to normal.
Unfortunately, his perception is if that is what is happening, he needs to drink more.
Okay, we're back at the end of
It's just gonna be 20s and 7s back and forth.
Fair.
Lonan, there's a chance that my hand-eye coordination isn't going to be good enough, so if you can put the necklace on me if I need it.
Okay, I can do that.
Yep, I'm going to do the ultimate rally at the end of the night. That way I can go to bed without having to worry about stumbling or anything like that.
Fair enough.
And you said that if your brother is drinking, like, is this a soul thing? Like, should I not? And he'll,
no.
swing the bottle.
No, it's, he had, after losing Siobhan, he had a bit of a mental breakdown, and he started drinking too much, and I obviously don't mind, I drank, and obviously we're at that party in Torsland, so obviously I don't mind it myself. It's just, he kind of promised me and Arlo he would stop because it didn't do good on him, especially with all of the emotions around Siobhan. And
so then maybe he needs this necklace more than I do.
No, I think it's more of a discipline thing as well.
Oh, discipline. Shoot, I could go ahead and give him that. And Xedre will reach into his bag, and he'll, reach probably, up to his shoulder into it, Mary Poppins style, and he'll go ahead and pull out the small booklet that he has on, Munkin studies. He'll say, if you want to be studied and focused, and this is probably the way to do it.
I will let you give it to him when you meet him. I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
Sure. Yep. And he'll pick it up and he'll drop it back into the bag, and it definitely misses the edge of it, so it falls out, and then he has to do the issue of bending over while he's inebriated. So it takes a little bit
Lonan will
longer.
pick it up for him. I do have to. Because we didn't really get to talk about the whole Viben Sanglut stuff.
What about it?
Just that kind of bullshit.
Oh, yeah?
The whole.
It was great watching you fire off, and I was like, sign me up for that. But then Silenus had to shoot me? Who? I mean, he got me in the leg quite
Yeah.
badly.
Yeah, I did see that. And that was a really nice bow too. I almost wanted to keep it.
But how are you? Because, like, the blood stuff.
Oh, I was like starving,
Oh,
basically.
I'm sorry.
It's why she'll pause. Brevin offered me a drink that night.
Right. Xedre's gonna go ahead and, like, take the necklace, and he's just gonna put it on. And he's gonna say, right. Brevin let you, drink his blood.
Well,
I'm going to put out a quick point. The necklace does not cure the poison condition. It prevents it while you're wearing it, so you do not eliminate anything other than if you were taking poison damage.
It's
It is not a hangover
It's
cure.
placebo at this point. He's just gonna instantly, like, sober up in that moment, and then he's gonna be like, "Oh shoot! I don't think this thing works like I think it did."
sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize, and Xedre's just gonna pull it off and place it down. But I did mean that when I said it. It's Brevin let you drink his blood, Alfred's blood.
Yeah. I'm still sorting out my feelings over that. That feels icky to me.
You've always been, like, really kind about the consent aspect of it. So, I mean, to offer somebody else's blood when it isn't your own, that's... Yeah.
The only time it is permitted is in self-defense. If you have no other thing to do but then
Alright. I started off
because you're not just, it's a bit more than just their blood that comes with it, with the feast. And it is unfair to offer up someone else's blood.
yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I had to go to the Temple of Noctalis and 6 Bells.
With the whole vigil.
One of the reasons why I did that, yeah.
I can understand that. I mean, I caught some blood smells whenever I was back in Torsland, in those ruins, because I went back and I got that little vial of gas, but there was, like, a coppery smell the entire time, and I thought it was blood.
It could have been. I mean, outside of it being actual copper, I don't know what it would have been.
Shoot, I realized that we're gonna probably have, like, actual conversations. Could you give me a moment, please? And
Yeah.
Xedre's going to just turn in his chair, and he is going to go ahead and pat his face and attempt to rally, and he'll go ahead and cast Lesser Resto on himself.
Okay.
If you don't want to talk about this, we don't have to. I mean,
No,
we'll have a whole journey.
It's fine. I just feel like I thought that we were just going to be able to complain a bit, but
We
it's-
can. Like I said, if you want, if Xedre, if that is, if the tough conversations are not what you need right now,
it's
we can
fine.
save them for later.
No, I don't mind having tough conversations, and honestly, we probably have enough to go ahead and tide us over, not just tonight, but also the entire journey.
Oh, yeah. We can complain about Silenus, too, if you want.
No, honestly, after you talked about not telling me because you didn't know if it was true or not, made me wonder if Silenus took it because he didn't think it was safe with me, and he was making a call of his own. which rationalizes it more, and the moment's lost.
Fair enough. It was... She'll kind of pause and like look down at her, like, and she's like been like kind of eating the like putting some of the cheese on the bread. Sometimes you have to make a tough call to protect somebody, but also sometimes you have to know when to fess up that you made a tough call. No,
Yep.
like, I think when it was seeing the fact that you would put those McGrove the teeth in your hand because of your anxiety over what it had marked you with. And it just... Even if he was trying to protect you, that's not protecting you anymore.
Sure, Silenus has tried to talk to me before, but he is preachy in his own weird way. I wouldn't necessarily say that he has Alfred and Infernus levels of relationship with the deity, but in some weird way, Silenus is intertwined with Aurora, and I mean, he's a champion, I suppose.
You know, he doesn't... I mean, I would expect a champion of Aurora to be preachy in the words and faith of Aurora, but it seems more he always thinks what is best and will do it regardless of what might be best for others.
Right. I think that Aurora's rubbed off on Silenus a very different way, empowering him to make decisions that would support others instead of giving him the safety net that so many people find with their faith.
Mm-hmm. If anything, I think his faith is his faith puts more stress on him than does relief.
Oh, absolutely agreed. He's really, like, martyring himself a lot of the time. Maybe he shouldn't be a champion. Maybe he could be like a squire of Aurora. And with the way that he acts, a saint, a modded saint. Ooh, it's a dangerous one. But I'm sorry that I was so invested in inebriating myself tonight. I realized that was probably a bad move, since we had so much to talk about.
Like I said, we have a whole journey in front of us, a whole journey of tough conversations to have, and sometimes it is best to just let go. I don't blame you for it. Frankly, I supported it, so...
You did. I am safe with the two of us, but I will also mention, if tomorrow's conversation goes bad, I have a whole nother half a bottle. And Xedre will go ahead and shake the bottle once more before dropping it inside of his bag of holding.
Fair enough. But here, you should probably also still eat something. And she'll slide over some of the bread and cheese to him.
Xedre will, listen to his body for a brief second, and a growl does come along, so he'll have a little bit of the plate. And also pay the tab.
Though you'll probably be getting pretty tired of bread and cheese once you get to Muna. Though it's not like this type of cheese.
What kind of cheese is it?
It's let me double check. It's what's the creature called? Wenzig? Silver? Wenzig. Wenzig cheese. They're I don't think I could do a description of them could do them any justice. Their cheese is kind of, well, very strangely herbal because of, like, they mostly eat, like, moss and lichen and stuff.
I will try most things once. And if I do not like them, I normally make it a small bit of my personality to avoid them, such is the case with fish. But I'm guessing that you won't have too much unless there are a myriad of underground lakes in which a certain subspecies has grown.
She'll kind of smile. My town's on a river.
Fuck!
But I will tell you this, we actually don't eat a lot of the fish there. It's mostly other, like, Wenzig, primarily. They serve a myriad of purposes. There's some, like, this one's gonna sound really weird. There's, like, some, like, moss and lichen that can be ground up into kind of like a type of flour and baked into, like, this, what feels like a flat bread. Isn't raspberry high, but it's pretty good. We get some, like, fruits and vegetables. Not much. A lot of root vegetables grow down there that can grow in the dark. Tubers, stuff like that.
Well, I look forward to trying the local cuisine. And I'm looking forward to visiting your hometown.
Think you'll think you will actually maybe enjoy the different scenery. It's a bit dark, I will be honest, but get used to it.
I think I handle myself pretty good in the dark.
But yeah, I will have to make sure you try our local wine when we get there.
Okay, I definitely can.
It's made of mushrooms.
Okay.
You'll find a lot of mushrooms everywhere.
Right.
In everything.
I say it quite a bit. It almost feels like a catchphrase, but I'm not really that kind of druid.
No, I've noticed. But I'm just talking about what the type of food you'll find.
I will try anything, I suppose.
At
though
least
I'm
once.
regretting that sentiment more and more. Might have to shift, but I'll make sure it's after our visit to Moon Eye, the town on a river.
But we actually don't really, like, we're not a fishing village. At all. There's not as many fish under there as you'd think. It's a lot of underwater plants. If you run into a fish down there, you probably wouldn't want to eat it regardless. Not very hardy.
Well, one of the reasons why I haven't been here before is honestly because it's so close to the docks. Don't really like the scent of the fishy sea, so try to stay more inwards. But I realize the irony in that so many temples to Rio are built right next to it.
She'll find a pause and be like, yeah, she is the goddess of the sea.
Right, no, but Briora's Gardens here, I mean, giant statue, beautiful gardens, encapsulated waters, don't smell fishy. It's much better out over there.
Fair enough. And I will tell you this, about being a vampire in the Untendunk. There's not any issues, but it's in the more major metropolitan areas. There is still some hesitance because of how the ruling system works in Okaria and in the Untundunk. A number of years ago, I think it was actually the same trial for our current queen, a vampire entered the trial to try and become the ruler, and they were later found murdered. No one's quite sure if it was other people from the Untundunk or if it was Ishnar fearing something, but
Okay. Extremely glad that I'm sober for that one.
I just thought I should warn you, like, 'cause we probably wouldn't even... I've never had any direct problems, but I don't know what any political things might have shifted since I've been gone.
Okay.
But I've been working as a guide for a number of years, most of my life at this point.
Huh. Well, I mean, I've heard of the slight xenophobia, I guess, of Okaria, but that's more so because people value trust. And so it's hard to go ahead and trust a complete stranger. It's built on lifetimes.
And most vampires are refugees. Very few of us are born there. Nadia is a bit of a rare exception, but you know.
Right. Well, I guess I'll mentally prepare for that.
But it shouldn't really have any problems. Like, there is a level of understanding a guest is a guest as well. But yeah. Then there shouldn't be any issues. And if there are, honestly, it'll be more of a roll your eyes and walk away sort of issue.
Sure. Can do.
Something that actually might pique your interests. And we probably should be getting to bed soon. But there are some old ruins around Muna, if you want to check those out.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I actually did study Dwarvish at home, so I don't know if that would necessarily be the language of ruins down there, but it was the one in Torsland.
Mm-hmm. I shall pause for a moment. I'm pretty sure it's Dwarvish. Double checking my lore. Dwarvish or Elvish, I think. I'm trying to remember. I didn't know much about him. Arlo did some poking around him for a while.
Xedre will hail down the waiter, if possible, asking for Lloyd, just to settle our tab for
Yeah,
the evening.
what can I get you? Look, bottle's gone. I can get you another bottle. We got some other assortments if you want to try something different. Looks like you're still eating bread and cheese. I can get you some different food.
I think we're good for the evening, but we were looking at procuring some rooms. Is there a place where you could point us to go ahead and do that?
I can check up front and see if there's anything available. We only have 2 rooms here in the inn. I think they're available, but let me check with Cracks and see if they're still open. The big rooms. Are you looking for 1 or 2? I mean, like
Xedre look to Lonan.
big rooms. I
mean,
guess some people call them like a suite or something.
so long as if the room has at least 2 beds, I think we're good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure each of the rooms got 2 beds. I think there's a couch, and desk, and various other furniture. I mean, they get a little bit more long-term stay visits out of them. Dignitaries coming in and whatnot. They are pretty sweet rooms, so I think they probably meet that definition. So, yeah, let me check on them. You want to settle up your bill or
Yes,
throw it all
please.
together? Or
You know what? Throwing it all together would probably be better.
all right, well, I'll get that taken care of.
$1 million gold.
Guess it costs more than your house in 6 months.
Absolutely.
That's
Yes.
sweet room.
It's actually an entire timeshare that we're purchasing.
It's an extra planar opening.
Well, I don't know if you want me there with if you have to go talk to your Aunt Scarlet, but
Yes.
I don't know if that's something.
Yes.
All right, I just didn't know if that was
I don't want to be in a room alone with her. She has a way of talking people in circles to get what she wants out of it, I guess. But she's never really done that to me. I guess it's more so a preventative measure. My mom says I'm not allowed to talk to her alone. I don't listen to everything my mom says, though. I'm an adult, just to be clear.
Why doesn't your mom like your aunt?
It would be in poor taste to say bad blood.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Well,
Lloyd comes back. Yep. Name for the room.
Hartmore.
Okay. Yep. They're both open, so it's up to you. 3 gold for one. 6 for the pair.
If it's 2 beds, then
Right. So that'd be he's counting on his fingers, doing the math. Be 11 gold, 115 silver.
Xedre
11 gold, 5 silver, or 115 silver.
Xedre lays down 15 gold.
Oh, okay. Yep. Well, that'll work. Can send up tea in the morning.
That would be pleasant.
yeah, that'd be nice.
Right. Well, here's the key. Lays down a nice iron key on the table. Doesn't have any weird emblem at the end, so feel pretty comfortable. Have a pleasant night. Boss stays open all night, so if you decide a little bit later you want something else, we can get you set up. Otherwise, you have a good night. And if I'm lucky, I won't see you in the morning because I will actually get a day off.
He's hoping, Lloyd.
Here's to a day off. And she'll lift up her drink. Here's to a day off for you.
Here, here. He'll grumble a little bit as he heads off because, like, he doesn't have a drink to raise. All right. Left with your key to a room, bag with some whiskey in it, and a little bit of bread and cheese left on your platter.
I think it's nighttime for us, so get
Okay.
ready for bed.
Retire
Oh.
to your sweet room.
Yeah. Lonan will finish
Couple
off
nice
the bread
feather
and
beds.
cheese.
All right.
Ooh.
Good. Waste not, want not.
Yeah.
Yeah, couple nice feather beds. nice heavy blankets, and it honestly probably the nicest room, Lonan, that you probably ever stayed in. A little bit more up class than you would typically waste the money on. Xedre, I would say it's probably not the nicest place you've ever stayed, but it's definitely the nicest place you've stayed in a bit. You get a pleasant night's rest, and as the next day dawn comes, and you know what, you guys give me 2 more con saves. We'll see how we're feeling in the morning. You did pretty good, so it's pretty low DC here. All right, we're okay. You're gonna have to really tank it to fail on just a buzz. So, wake up the next morning well rested and feeling pretty good. What is the plan? Where are we headed?
Aurelius?
Aurelius.
All right. Make your way back to the northern end of town. Which, by the way, Lloyd did send up a little bit of tea and some breakfast at no charge the next morning. So,
Love Lloyd.
check out of your rooms and head north. Head out of town on the little road, heading to Verelia's cottage.
Hang on, we'll ask Xedre one question while we're like on the way there.
Sure.
Like, we can, at the very least, we can agree that we're not giving her an answer about going into the dream today.
Oh, absolutely.
Just wanted to make sure that was clear. It's not that it's a no or a yes. It is a we just don't have an answer yet.
Yeah. No, I agree completely.
You arrive at the clearing and find Verelia's cottage where you expect it to be. Little wisp of smoke coming from the chimney, suggesting that she is home. As her little thatched roof cottage sits there in front of you, and you approach. The door opens slowly with a creak, and the familiar face of Verelia Faust peeks out. Oh, Xedre, you didn't waste any time coming right back, huh?
Now, ma'am, you said today, yesterday, tomorrow. So here we are.
Very well. Come in. She motion with those long, bony, skeletal fingers for you to enter her abode.
Xedre will let Lonan go first.
It's a pleasure seeing you again, ma'am.
Oh, I don't even have myself put together yet this morning, and it's a pleasure to see me. Have a seat.
Sit.
Well, yeah.
Oh. Who goes first, I suppose, would be the good question.
It should be Lonan.
What did you think? What is your interest in my offer?
We still are discussing it. It's a
Good
big
to be
thing
cautious. Yes, very much so. I suppose with that out of the way, then... you'd be wanting this back. She goes and... it's like she's been holding it in her hand the whole time, and she goes and just, like, reaches over and drops the tooth into your hand.
Yeah, she'll reach out, and, like, as soon as the tooth is, like, back in her hands, she'll just kind of, like, bring it to her chest, her hands, like, wrapped around it. Thank you. What?
She is a very interesting specimen.
That's true and vague.
Which is like a slow transition to a smile in response. We had lovely conversation during our time together.
Can be quite talkative to the rat people. Mostly me, so...
Oh, in exchange for getting to spend some time with your companion, what is it you would like to know?
I would like to know where she comes from, what exactly she is, and how in our bond I've gotten the information that I have. I mean, a whole language being dropped in my head.
It's a bit complicated and involved. And I can't speak to specifics since it's not necessarily magic that I practice. How it goes about working and how you gain certain abilities and familiarities. But oftentimes, in situations where those connected to the Aether become bonded with a creature such as your companion folk, that there's an inherent connection telepathically to communicate with them. And that carries with it not so much an understanding of a particular language at first, more so an understanding of how to communicate with your bonded companion. That over time leads to you establishing an understanding of the language itself. It may seem like it's all the same all at once, but it really takes a bit of time. But if she is such a good companion to you, I'm sure you bonded quite quickly and spent a good amount of time together that you acquired these skills relatively quickly. As to what she is, that might be a little bit more complicated to explain. Creatures such as her used to refer to them as Shimmern. They are they take on aspects of a long gone creature. They aren't fully corporeal like you or I might be. They are you familiar with ghosts and specters?
Bit.
It works in a similar way. It's not necessarily undead, but that they are sort of reflections, partial reflections of a host creature that is carried on through some sort of anchor attachment to the oftentimes deceased being they come from. So, for instance, your tooth, that is what you have drawn as your connection to folk, would be some connection to some draconic entity that once owned that tooth. Folk is a sort of reflection to a point. It works a bit different than, say, Xedre's Firebird, which is an entirely magical being. It has no full corporeal form.
Were you able to discern who this tooth came from?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. That's a bit of an ask. I don't know all the draconic beings. I know a lot, but not all, to say that I could familiarize myself. And that is a bit of a trick. Because they're only partial reflections, knowing exactly who they belong to is nigh impossible even for one of my particular talent.
Is there anything about them you know? Or
Well, I suppose the most glaring thing would be Folk's form. Hasn't been a dragon, drake, that nature on this plane in well over half a millennia. So, know that much at least, that whatever she's a reflection of is quite old. Based on what I know, there hasn't been a purple drake, or even more rare, a purple dragon in quite longer than most people can remember. Now, if you were really intent on finding out who she's connected to, who she's a reflection of, I could discern their location. However, doing so would destroy her. I didn't think you'd probably consent to that.
no, I do not.
Well, if you change your mind, it is always an option.
Is there anything else that she told you that you think it'd be important for me to know?
Oh, well, you have... I'd hate to divulge her secrets to someone. Those were private conversations her and I had. If she wants you to know, she'd tell you. She is a chatty one.
Lonan will just nod.
Not all of it makes sense. But it is entertaining, at least. I suppose that brings us back to, you, my dear. Did you put the kettle on?
Xedre will look back over, realizing that he's been sat the whole time, just like mouth agape at the idea that folk could have been distracting him. No, ma'am. Let me do that real quick. And he will not only put the kettle on, but he'll go ahead and produce flame slightly, just to kind of hasten.
Oh, you're a dear. Had, well, some time, I suppose, to consider your request. And against my better judgment, I'm willing to grant it. However,
Yes.
needs to be some sort of a trade. I got to spend a lovely night with your friend's companion, having lovely conversation. This will come at a bit more of a cost. I gather that you're heading to the underground.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Well, let's just say gather a lot of information from something so simple as a drop of blood.
Understood.
Anyway, if you're going to the underground, if you would be so kind as to pick something up for me, I would be willing to make a trade of protections for your family in exchange for the item. I don't wish to sound so crass as this as being just a straight transactional. We are, in fact, such good friends. I would like to do this for you, but I feel a favor for a favor is only fair.
At the very least, I understand.
Now, this favor of mine may come at some risk to life and limb.
I
So,
think it goes
I
without
would
saying.
expect
I'd
you to
stick
accept it lightly.
No, yeah. What did you need me to get from the underground?
There's a creature in the Moonlands where I gather your friend here is likely from, or at least familiar with.
Lonan will nod. That's where we're headed.
It's a very unique creature. It's where one of those moments is like, I know the creature in my mind, but I can't remember if I'm going to mispronounce the damn name. So,
Real, you're good.
guessing that you had your lore document open earlier when you were making some references. Correct me if I get the name wrong.
Let me see if it's in fauna. I think I know what you're going for.
The Dunk Triber, I believe.
I don't know how else you would pronounce it.
Okay, that I have it right in my head. Don't have your lore
Dunktribe.
document in front of me.
Dunktriber is what I would imagine is the like more. Here, I'll put it in the general chat.
Dunktriber. Yep. Okay. Yes, it just came to me. There's a Dunk Triber. You nasty little creatures, but some unique properties that would be of use to me. Could gather a particular gland. I need at least 3 or 4.
Absolutely, yes.
You bring me those, I will consider it a fair trade. I will protect your family for a time. Hopefully sufficient time to avoid any undue harm coming to the rest of your family. Obviously, it goes without saying I would not let anything happen to your younger brother, regardless of this offer.
Of course. That's why you're the one that I wanted to ask in the first place. Not just because you are so well regarded, but because I knew that Tina would be safe with you.
You flatter me, so well regarded. I will note, though, that, like I said, this is you do this for me, and in exchange, I do something for you. You have to perform your part of the bargain first. So if you need protection until then, I'm forced to tell you to seek that elsewhere.
I think that I can probably handle myself, and with Lonan beside me as a guide, we'll get all.
I mean, your family, not you.
Right. Yeah. No. Time is of the essence. And Xedre's like tapping his foot now at this point.
Well, offer you some tea. I believe Xedre's gotten the tea all nice and heated, but I would completely understand if you have other places to be, things to do, people to meet.
Yeah, I think we got a bit of stuff on our plate before we head out.
This one's probably going to be a little bit of a bigger goodbye than last we met. But we'll go ahead and I will go ahead and get you those dunk trabe glands that you need.
Splendid. That's very kind of you. And I wish you happy travels with your companion. I will miss dear folk. We had such a good time.
He's been a great friend.
Xedre will give Aurelia a big hug. Thank you for offering a trade for it, and not just saying a full stop no.
Oh. Nothing if not reasonable.
Absolutely.
It should go and, like, before you pull away from the hug, it's like whisper in your ear. May wish to. Make sure everything's secure. I sense things may turn south sooner than you'd like.
Xedre will just nod.
All right. She'll go and kind of hold an arm out like she's going to give Lonan a hug, or like offering Lonan a hug.
Loden will be too awkward to refuse it, so she will give her a hug.
An awkward hug it is.
Yes.
And she will whisper in your ear as well. Beware seeking answers to things that may be best left undisturbed. Good luck. I hope you find him soon.
Thank you. I hope so as well.
As she pulls away, it's like, right then, you best get on your way. Things to do, people to see. Do give my kind regards to your family. Both of you. And may you have a safe trip down below.
Thank you. And we'll see you soon.
As she looks over to the door creaks open on its own. Letting you leave and head back to town. Any conversations on the road?
This is the Varelia effect. That like
Yeah,
silence
yeah.
of like, oh, every single time we meet her.
Mm-hmm.
Xedre will be the first to talk. He's happy, but he does kind of slow his pace a little bit as he comes to the realization of what Varelia said. And we'll just look at Lonan and say, that the trade that she offered is wonderful, but she told me that things are going to go south soon, and I can't help but wonder if that means while we're in the dunk.
No, I think that is probably. I mean, we don't know who it'll go south for, but I think maybe asking your aunt for until we can get the Dunktreiber lands to her.
You know what those creatures are, right?
Oh yeah, no, I know what they are.
What's so dangerous about them?
Ooh, they. Trying to think of how to. Silver, how should I put this?
Let's pull up a stat block here.
Yeah, that's what I was also going to do.
Not the stat block.
Okay. I will fill in the blanks here. They are very dangerous creatures, especially for a small party such as yours.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you are being proposed to provide enough glands that, which by the way, Vrelia gave you a little note describing how to extract the glands, a nice anatomy physiology drawing of where these things are and where to pull them out of. Anyway, they are very strong, very stout, fairly fast, like dexterity wise, and intelligent. They can see in the dark extremely well and are resistant to a fair number of natural damages. Cannot be poisoned. Have resistance against quite a few magical elements as well. Have the capability of doing some magical abilities of their own that can basically the equivalent of blinding or illuminating targets for themselves. And thankfully, the positive thing is mostly what they do is they bite you and claw you, not a whole lot of other things. But when they bite and claw, they do so fairly viciously. And probably the worst thing to deal with them is, well, I thought, but I'm not seeing it here, so never mind. I'll take that one back. Swear the stat block that's pulling up on Fantasy Grounds is listing an additional spell that is. Oh no, it is. Never mind, it's there. I missed it. It's worse than I thought. Okay.
Oh no.
They can turn out the lights and create darkness wherever they go.
Ah, okay.
Oh, that's a nuts ability. Casting darkness at will? That's crazy. For viewers and simplicity's sake, these are reskinned Dragloths from Volo's book.
Mm-hmm.
They're ugly.
Yeah. Yeah, presume it's just Loden's voice giving all of that information.
Yes.
Xedre will just nod and go, okay, so I can go ahead and make bright bursts of fire that can also go ahead and blind or illuminate others. I can go ahead and attack with claws. And I've never really tried biting people. And then can't create darkness, but I can go ahead and illuminate things. So tat for tat, I think that we're going to be fine.
I mean, technically I can create darkness.
Then between the two of us, we've got this thing's skill set on lock.
It's something I'm more try to avoid than interact with. But
well, before we leave, probably need to find Aunt Scarlet to go ahead and help in the meantime, and then gather goods and things like that. But Lonan, you got some of your things answered too.
yeah, no, that does answer a lot of questions that I was having about what happened. There's something about the fact that I just happened to stumble upon it there. still wondering about the fate of all of it, but I still like to think maybe it was Noctalis looking out for me.
I think that's fair.
I mean, and yeah, no, she is quite chatty. I know that not everyone can hear her, but she's got a lot to say.
Last time I talked to my aunt, she went ahead and invited me to her wedding. And so, at this point, I'm guessing that, she's probably moved in. I mean, I don't necessarily think that Mortimer would have moved in with her.
Monroe.
Oh, Winrow is who she married.
Monroe.
Monroe. Wait, are my notes wrong? They are.
That's what I had in my notes from you, was Monroe. So.
What? Oh, okay.
Well, I suppose if you know where she used to live, we could check there first and see if she is there. Maybe kept the house for her own personal use.
Sure. Then, sure, I guess I'll lead the way. Yeah, Citra will, lead off to this dumb Rita's house.
Travel back down towards Old Snapper where you stayed last night. Back all the way to the other side of town. Getting your good steps in for the day. And find yourself in Rita's Plaza. You enter into the only walled off portion of, like, entirely walled off district of the city. And head over to the mansion. The prime residence of House Ritas. A pretty large complex. It makes House Cicatrius, that's a pretty modest, nicely taken care of and everything, but size-wise, very modest compared to House Ritas. They are definitely all in on the big, gaudy house concept of got money and want to show it. It does not take very much walking in Rita's Plaza to find the Rita's estate. And as you arrive, greeted at the door by servant who quietly just greets you, asking for who you are and what your business here.
I'm looking for Scarlet Ritas, please.
Oh, of course you are. Have a seat here in the gallery. I check if Miss Ritas is available.
Thank you so much. Cedric's eye is like twitching as he says this.
As soon as the servant is out of earshot, Lonan's like, I don't want to sit on anything. I feel like somebody will yell at me for it.
This is also innately one of the reasons why my mom doesn't like his sister marrying into the Ritas family. I couldn't possibly imagine doing something like that. It's like sacrilege.
Does no one here lack them?
Oh,
Or are they just like...
they made their money in some scummy ways, and so they like to go ahead and put it on display for everybody, so that they can go ahead and feel the societal and hierarchical differences between themselves and the Redis estate. You're gonna hear Redis estate just like all the time when we're here.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
You're left to yourselves for just a few minutes past the uncomfortable point of you've been sitting here, you've ran out of things to have small talk on, and you're just like oh my god, where did they forget about me? You're just getting to that point of, are we just gonna have to walk out and come back another time? And then a figure comes around the corner that is not Scarlet. Don't immediately recognize the figure, but it doesn't take too terribly long for you to put two and two together that this is probably a member of the Redis family. As this man in his late 20s, right around 30, so a little bit younger than Aunt Scarlet, since Aunt Scarlet is quite a bit on the younger side from your sister, your mom, and well dressed, dark clothing, some purples and greens mixed in, and very prim and proper as he comes around the corner, but friendly as he walks up and just like reaches a hand out to kind of like pick you up off the bench if you did take a seat, or like kind of pull you in for a hearty handshake.
Pomp and circumstance. Xedre will oblige.
You must be Xedre. Was hoping we'd see you at the wedding, but didn't get a chance. I am Monroe Redis, and this is... motioning over towards Lonan.
Oh, hi, I'm Lonan Hartmore. I'm one of Xedre's friends. And she'll hold out her hand for a handshake.
Nice to meet you as well. And he'll go and do the little pull up the hand and do a little kiss the back of the hand thing. What can I do for you? I'm sorry, your aunt is unavailable today.
Oh, yeah, I needed to talk with her about some family matters. But you said she's unavailable today. Is she out of the estate currently?
She is having a me day, I think she likes to call it. The full spa treatment of going to be hitting all the public baths around town. I was told not to disturb her, but we're family now. Perhaps I can help you with any family business you need to attend to.
Right.
Here, come with me. Come with me. And he'll go and quickly just start walking down the hallway, motioning for you to follow him.
Xedre will sigh before going ahead and walking along. Pleading look over to Lonan.
Will lean over and say, I know, but he's being friendly. So
and they could probably
even if he
help
can't
out.
help, just
Yes, Miss Monroe, I suppose that you could probably assist with the issue that I am having, since, after all, you are family now.
Glad we all see it that way. I am perfectly happy to help out. Always good to help out new family, and I hope that get a chance to spend more time with the rest of your family. I've just been so busy lately that I haven't had that chance. But so glad that you took some time as visiting. Or are you back home for good?
No, just visiting, about to actually depart, but
Oh, your aunt will be so pleased to know that you were taking the time out of your busy schedule and visit to come visit her. I'm so sorry she's unavailable. But here, right through this room here, and it leads the way into a large study, like office setup. Bookcases that. What's Xedre's passive perception?
uh,
I know Lonan's is crazy. So
mine is pretty high, it's 17, but not edging into the 20s that Isabel is.
with the 17, I would say you don't 100% like clock this as much as Lonan does. The books on the shelves don't look like they've ever been actually opened. And there's a large hearth set into the one wall that all these bookshelves are out and around it. And I see a cat on a shelf, so we'll say there's a cat on a shelf too.
There's 2 cats
But
over here right now.
Oh, I see the other shadow.
Mhm.
Anyway, just very looks like some very well-read individual mans this office, this study, and is constantly in it. Except for when you see the details and pick up on the details of nobody's really using it other than it's a place to sit. He goes and invites you to have a seat. You sit wherever you want. Can I offer anybody a drink here? It's, I mean, little early, but no judging.
I'm perfectly fine, sir. Lonan, would you be interested in anything?
All good. Just admiring your extensive collection.
Oh, it's all my father's stuff. It's just using the office for the day. Um. Anyway, said some family business needs to be attended to. If you haven't sat yet, he motions for you to sit as he goes and takes a seat in a nice, fancy, very plush leather chair.
Oblige. Just
Yeah, Lonan will
do
sit.
it.
So, family business that you need attended to. What can I do to help?
I guess I'm just wondering. I know that I was unfortunately out of town and missed the wedding between you and Scarlett, but was the rest of my family in attendance at all?
Yes, everybody was in attendance, so it was a very well attended affair. I mean, anybody who's anybody in town made sure to make it, or at least sent some well wishes. So sorry that we didn't get to see you or any of your friends. It was a lovely affair.
I can imagine. I know that you like to go all out with your celebrations, and so
It, you only get married so many times in your life, so
yep.
Nearly once.
well, I mean, if you're fortunate enough to only get married once, that's lucky. But as you are probably aware, your aunt and I have both had some bad luck in the past with prior spouses, meeting unfortunate early departures from this world. But yes, we hope that this is that one, and we are both together for a very long time.
Well, with that being said, I hate to go ahead and talk about my Aunt Scarlett when she isn't here, but she's very private about how much she values the rest of our family. And I know that whenever she originally invited me to the wedding, she was hoping that not only would my family be in attendance, but also that they might be able to come by and stay with you all for a little bit. Experience everything that you have here in a way that only a Reedus could. So, would you be amenable to hosting my family here on a surprise local vacation?
Give me a roll on that.
Yep. Dirty 20.
Hey, that's pretty solid. He did not roll well, so well, that is an interesting request. Bless me.
Gesundheit, Mr. Edis.
Bless you, sir.
I've never heard of a surprise vacation in the. It's an interesting one, but I suppose if your family was amenable to wishing to stay here, I could probably accommodate that to a degree. My father and elder brother are out of town at the moment, on some business, so I guess I'm in charge for a bit. I mean, how long are we talking here?
Probably upwards of, what, Lonan? A week?
Yeah, no. If what your mother, what I overheard your mother and brother talking about is correct. Like you said, you really want to, get to know the rest of your in-laws. It would be a good chance for bonding, especially with the nieces and nephews. It's I'm sure they're always busy, so it'll be a good time to get to know them.
Servant has come in and made some tea and is setting things out on the table. That's the clinking you're hearing. Monroe takes his little cup and saucer, goes just like very daintily taking the little teacup and taking a moment to think through what is being fed to him. That he awfully rolled a freaking 4. So, I don't mean to pry or anything, but or act inappropriate in any way, but I have never really gathered that your mother and father are all too impressed. Maybe not impressed isn't the word. Like my family at all.
I assure you that Mr. My dad, I'll just like shake his head, trying to give his dad a title. My dad and mom, might have their apprehensions, but hence the reason why an entire week's stay would be able to shift their perspectives and hopefully create a more amicable relationship between the two families, in a similar way to the beauty of how my Aunt Scarlett married my Uncle Reedus.
It is also...
He gives a smirk in response to being called Uncle Reedus. And I need you to roll again.
Can I say something to try to give him a little bit of...
Sure.
And, like I said, it is... I'll be, a bit more of coming from his younger brothers, really wanting to get to know you. And has kind of been very curious and at least... wanting to know his new uncle.
Your younger brother, Tanner, is he's a splendid young fellow.
He is.
Does that give him any
Sure.
extra bonuses?
Bless. All right. Roll with advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. 19.
I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with you. I'd like this to be a pleasant, familial relationship. definitely like the sound of Uncle Retus. But can we be straight with each other as to what is it that you really want? Because I'm sorry, I'm not thoroughly convinced that if I send somebody over with a carriage to pick up your family, they're not going to tell them to drive off a cliff. And unless you're proposing I'm going to kidnap your family to move them over here, I have a hard time believing that they're going to acquiesce.
Xedre will go ahead and roll his shoulders forward, and he will look at Monroe Reedus and say, "Listen, you want me to be straight? I will be absolutely straight with you. You are my only hope right now to make sure that my family's protected from whatever's about to go down in this city. There are some people that I have run into in the past who are now seeking out my family in order to do harm to them. And I wish that I could go ahead and leverage the connections that I've made, but unfortunately, I find that in Ashmain, those are few and far between. You are my only hope, Monroe Reedus."
Cassidy stands up like part way and then just kind of like slides over and sits down on the couch next to you, like sitting in close, and like puts a hand around your shoulder, tap on the shoulder. Like, I want us to have a good relationship. I appreciate the honesty. No need to beat around the bush with some crazy vacation plans. If you need assistance, just ask.
Kidnap my family.
I may be. I mean, if you want them to be inside the walls of Regis Plaza, that's certainly something we can accommodate. But if you're just talking about needing protection, I believe I could probably arrange for guards to keep an eye on things for them with a good amount of subtlety to maybe avoid arousing any suspicion amongst your parents about the actual existence of that protection.
Oh, wow. So just gonna look at Lonan with surprise on his face. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. If you could go ahead and set up like guard detail, do that like around the perimeter and like regular check-ins, like block walk, stuff like that. Yeah, please don't kidnap my family, actually.
Okay, well that sounds like a much better accord. So, and he goes and he'll move back to his seat, get rid of the uncomfortable closeness, refill everybody's teacups, even if they're not empty, just like top them off. Where are you going to be, headed? What's next on your agenda?
We're headed into the Untendunk to go visit my family, actually. Just a small check-in. So we'll actually be back through.
Where do you hail from?
It's a town called Muna, deep in the Untendunk. You probably haven't heard of it.
Close to anywhere? No, I can't say that I have. I apologize. But is it close to anywhere else along the Dark Coin Path or elsewhere? Is it?
Well, so we're gonna defer like this is because I think I know this, but I'm just double checking. The Dark Coin Path does not go into the Untendunk, technically, or does it?
Yes, it does. It's the main path that goes down into the Untendunk from Ashmain. But there's all these spurs that go off of, and no,
so
Mooneye and Kalen's Rock are not on the Dark Coin Path.
Okay, now I see it. Okay, because I was trying to find it.
They're connected to it, but not on it.
It's quite a bit off from Dark Coin's Path. The closest major place would be Kalen's Rock.
I'm familiar with Kalen's Rock. few individuals have come into town in the past that knew a fellow or been there or visited. Seems like a nice little town.
Yeah, no, I'm
Always meant
living
to
around
go.
there.
I've never been there myself, so.
Well, if you ever end up going down the line, I do work as a guide, so that's you would need my services. I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Well, and if Scarlet's store, is there anything to be believed? It sounds like Xedre, you and your friends. If you care to fill me in on where the rest of them, I hope everybody's good. But just sounds like you're quite capable, doing well for yourself in holding your own in dangerous situations.
Yes. Yeah. It is unfortunate that my work has followed me home, but I just want to make sure that my family is safe, as I'm sure you do yours. And based on the marriage, we are both intertwined now.
I am glad to hear we are the same mind on that. I think we can strike a deal here.
Deal. Oh, it's transactional.
Oh, I mean, it's more of a you scratch my back, I scratch yours. I mean, these things do come at some expense. I would be putting some of my top men on it, and that does carry quite a bit of cost. And with you not knowing exactly how long this might take, all these different things to keep track of, and significant cost. Not that I would ever expect you to pay that cost, but you might be able to do me a favor.
What is the favor?
So, like I said, I'm a little bit familiar with some of the places in the Dunk, and I've have a certain opportunity, as we might call it, has recently fallen into my lap. That requires getting someone from our house into Kalen's Rock. So it seems that we are just so primed for a great interaction here that we just happen to be able to help each other out. If you don't mind, just give me a moment. Think he is around here somewhere. Let me go grab my brother. He steps out of the room for a few minutes. You have the room alone to the two of you. After a few moments, he returns. And following behind him is... Of course, there's always that delay in the time, so I probably need to message.
I will preemptively move us.
Following behind is an equally well-dressed man, about Xedre's age, slicked back blonde hair, like fully perfectly combed, in this purple and gold overcoat and kind of gray, blue, and purple kind of leather vest and riding pants, tall riding boots. Oh, well, hello, cousin.
Cedric Cicatrius, this is my younger brother, Dayon.
Wow. Wow.
Really getting to know your family, aren't you?
Yep, the tree keeps on growing. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Xedre. And Xedre will put out his hand.
Takes it with both hands and shakes it. Oh, well, your reputation precedes you, of course.
Oh, thank you so very much. I don't know anything about yours, but I hope you will enlighten me along the way.
Oh, well, it's not, it won't be a problem, I hope.
So, as I was saying, to bring everybody up to speed here, my baby brother here would be so much in your debt if you would be willing to take him along so that he can explore this business opportunity on behalf of House Ritas. And in exchange, we would happily repay that debt with protection for House Acacius in the meantime.
Please, brother, you're gonna make me sound like an invalid. We'll just be traveling companions.
He can take care of himself most of the time. It's not a babysitting mission, but we are not idiots around here. We do know that the Duck carries certain dangers, and the fortunateness for us that your friend here happens to be a seasoned guide in the Duck and familiar with the area. It just seems like kismet.
Been
Oh, yes, it definitely is.
been traveling those roads, helping travelers such as yourself for, well, apprenticeship started when I was about 14, but been doing it on my own for about 10 years now.
Ended. Sounds like a good deal, don't you say, brother?
Oh, I certainly would.
So, when do we start?
At your timetable, whatever works best for you, whenever you're ready to go. Brother will be ready and waiting.
Oh, yes, I'll have the servants pack up the trunks. He rolls his eyes.
If you don't know your timetable, I can send him along with you, right away.
You can do that. I think that we only had a small myriad of things that we needed to resolve before we left. So I think that should be perfectly fine.
Lovely.
Terrific. He claps his hands and he starts to walk out of the room. Hiram! Yes, get his things. Leaving the three of you alone for a moment.
Dayon also makes a little gesture with his hands, and this little almost like the wind blows around a little bit as this figure, just very very faint figure of wind forms and then speeds off as well to go finish getting his horse and packing his things.
So I just want to be clear that whenever we're going and getting things, you're not about to like parade around town on like a horse or anything like that, right?
Oh, well, I was planning on bringing a horse. That would be what? Will a horse not work in the Utendunk?
Actually, I was literally about to ask Silver that. Is a horse for a small group, would a horse be a good idea?
You
So I imagine
could.
for
They're
caravans, there's
they're fairly uncommon to find them down there, so it's kind of like think value of a horse in the Wild West type deal that you are definitely a mark for being robbed because your horse is worth more than your life and your possessions, more than likely, because creatures down there are not easy to come by, especially pack animals.
And would Lonan know that it's like she's guided large groups of people that probably do have pack animals before, but is like for a small group, like there it's almost faster because she has like smaller like cut throughs and stuff that she can get through that a horse wouldn't be able to fit. Would that be
fair.
like, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Dangon, sir, a horse actually isn't the best idea. Not only does it almost instantly make you a mark for being robbed, and your horse taken and you probably killed, and that's just about other people. The other creatures down there would definitely be following its scent and hunting us down. For a small group like this, staying off the main roads and going smaller paths that are sometimes a larger animal can't even fit through is the better path to take.
Oh, well, first, you don't have to call me sir, to be clear. Aeon is fine. But I have to walk. Oh man,
And
I don't know if I have any good hiking boots. I just have my riding boots.
and I'm assuming you have requisite camping supplies.
Oh, yes, right. I think so. Yes.
Okay.
If I don't, my sister definitely does. I can just borrow hers.
Just want to confirm, you might have the supplies. Have you ever pitched a tent before?
Oh, I didn't know you were asking. Um, but if I assume what you mean, not personally, no.
Great.
Have you?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, well, there we go.
Can't wait to teach you so many things. On the path to, whose rock are we going to?
Halen's Rock.
Wrong.
Okay.
It's actually a really interesting story around the name of that, but
Oh, I would love to hear at some point. We'll have so much time to talk while we're on the road.
great. Well, I'll just get some extra rations as well.
Oh, well, no, I would not want to impose. I have my own things. I'll be bringing them. Oh, roughing it with the two of you?
Yes, I'll just make sure you have bedroll. I'm assuming you don't see well in the dark.
Oh, no.
You'll probably need
Lantern,
some
then?
torches. Torches or lantern. Either one will work. Rope to be safe. With what path we're taking, there shouldn't be too much heavy climbing, but tinderbox, mess kit, water skin, weapons.
Oh, well, of course. Of course, weapons.
Hmm.
He does have like a basket hilt rapier at his, like, on his belt, on his side.
A sword is good. And then rope and rations, and I think we're pretty
For as carefree as his attitude is, he does seem to be taking you seriously when you give that list of items.
And when it comes to some creatures down there are quite territorial. So stay on alert. And sometimes there might be have to be sudden changes in which direction we're going, because someone else might have made something aggressive, and I'd rather not risk it. Luckily, because of all of the man tunnels, there tends to be more than one way to go, but some of them are a bit smaller.
All right.
We can also hold all of your stuff for you, if you would be so inclined. I just wanted to inquire, just off the cuff, do you have any sort of coordinated luggage that you were planning on bringing everything in?
Well, it'll be a little bit lighter since I'm not going to be able to bring my horse, but I do have a good pack. But I wouldn't want to oppose.
No, honestly, this thing can be filled up way more, and he'll pat the bag of holding the satchel aside.
I see. Well, I will, if you're offering.
Absolutely. To keep you as light as possible, we can hold all of our supplies in here.
Right, well, I will. As soon as Francois gets back with my things.
Brilliant. Then we can be off.
Moment. There's a moment. Another moment.
Random thought. We'll address it after session.
So the unseen servant returns a moment longer than Dayon thought, because he was grabbing a couple extra things, some rope. Returns with his sister's tent, the backpack with dried fruits. So it has the rations of dried fruits and meats and hard cheeses. We also said the rope, the tinderbox, a lantern, a water skin, a flask of oil for the lantern. All the stuff just ends up kind of in a pile in between all of them. A bedroll.
Monroe will return about that time. Oh, great. It looks like you're getting everything all sorted out. Looks like we should be all set here. Do we have an accord? Just make sure everything gonna be good here.
Accord is struck. On the condition that the watch starts now.
Splendid. I will get my men on it. They'll be on site by end of day.
Then we ourselves will be off and out of town by end of day.
So expeditious. I like your style.
I don't want to face the wrath of my family whenever they do find out that I came into town without seeing them. So, expeditious is the direction to go.
And I would like to see and spend some time with my family, so...
Well, if you're a little bit worried about your family's reaction, sweeten the pot. If they ask anything, I will make sure your aunt takes responsibility for the protection.
Sweetening the pot, that's actually the sweetest pot. You've got a deal, sir. And said you'll put his hand out.
I'm sure she'll be amenable.
She'd be hero of the day.
The best part is that if his family never finds out, Scarlet never has to find out either.
Oh, you know no secrets between the newlyweds.
Oh, none.
Right. best you all be off then. If you need anything else before you leave town, you just be sure to ask, and Dan will take care of it.
Oh yes,
Perfect.
that's what I do.
Take care of it. Xedre will go ahead and, after finishing getting everything into the bag of holding, we'll go ahead and lead the charge off.
As you are heading out the door, Xedre heads out, and Lonan's following close behind, and Monroe's just like gonna grab Dan by the scruff of the shirt and drag him over to the sides. Don't you dare fuck this up.
I'm not going to.
Best make sure you don't. And it just kind of like lets go, letting you take your momentum to head out the door. I will say Xedre does not catch that, but Lonan with their passive of 20 definitely catches the aside. Farewell. Good luck on your trip. Everything will be handled here.
Thank you, Uncle. And Xedre will head out.
Pleasure meeting you, Mr. Monroe Reedus.
Just Monroe is fine. And he shuts the door.
Oh, then,
As
cousin,
that door
shall
closes,
we be off?
and you guys start to make your way out of town, collecting your things.
We still have to go. I mean, we can do the shopping trip off camera if we want.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
Your party of 2 becomes a party of 3, however reluctantly, as you head off, and that is where we will wrap things up for tonight's session and for 2025.
Woo!
That's crazy.
So, everybody watching on video on demand, this is where we will wrap things up and end. But if you're watching live, we will be doing our end of game stuff. And so if you're watching on demand, definitely come live and watch us next year, 2026, when we're back with live sessions. A short distance into January. I'll be here before we know it. But definitely come check things out. We will be back the first Saturday in January with a stream, and then we'll be back to regular sessions the second weekend in January. We will be off next week for the holiday. Thanks to those that helped with getting that follower goal hit tonight. That's awesome. Been striving for that for a bit, so it was nice to hit that threshold and get over that, just to move forward with the next one. So definitely come check us out live. Really appreciate you watching, no matter how you're watching, and look forward to seeing you in the new year, VOD viewers.